Welcome to Alberta Municipal Votes 2025 here on the Cross Border Network. My name is Christopher Brown and I will be your host throughout the evening. Over the course of the night, we will be speaking live in person with mayoral candidates, council candidates, reeve candidates from across the province. We will also have interviews with acclaimed councillors and acclaimed mayors from across the province. And then finally, we will be joined by those who are departing the municipal trenches and heading off back into private life. Over the next hour, we'll be chatting with our co-host of the Political Trenches Local Government and at Work, President of Strategic Steps Incorporated, Mr. Ian McCormack. Ian, welcome to our special live edition of Alberta Municipal Votes 2025. How are you?
Really good. Chris, this is, of course, the first time we've had an opportunity to do this. You and I have had our Political Trenches podcast going now for a couple of years. It's the first time we've had a municipal election. So I suppose we could say that you and I have done this for every election that we've been associated with one another. I'm kind of looking forward to it, though I suspect it's going to be a bit of a slow boil until we actually start getting some results.
So let's talk about that right off the bat, if you don't mind, because some municipalities have already been up front and out front of this election cycle and said, do not expect any official or unofficial results tonight in the cities of Calgary, city of Edmonton, but also even the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo has said that. Now, this all transpired because the province last year announced that they would be banning the use of automatic voting machines in the province of Alberta for municipal elections. Now, I went and voted this morning, and in lineup, I spoke to one of the voters who was there, and they were concerned about why there wasn't any automatic voting machines. Now, did you happen to get out and vote? And how was your process? Because I've heard of some very long lineups due to the fact that people had to wait for their ballots this time.
Chris, I've heard the same story you have, secondhand at least. My own experience was really quite straightforward. I was the only person in my polling station at about 10:30 this morning when I went in to vote. I did ask the same question you did, that it had been slow. We've had advanced voting as well that has had in some of our larger communities, well, actually in quite a lot of the communities. So there certainly have been some changes in the voting process. There was certainly some griping, I guess might be it, about how come everything's taking so much longer this time. We're not even talking about the vote count. We're talking about the voter registration that everybody has to sign now that they didn't used to have to sign and don't have to sign on other elections for other orders of government either.
So one of the other big changes to this year's municipal elections was the introduction of political parties at the municipal level. Now, for those who have tuned into the Political Trenches Local Government at Work podcast, you and I have been talking about this for some time now. Now, I have been watching the lay of the land here in the city of Calgary, and every candidate I spoke to during this election said that people at the doors were not in favor of political parties. Were you hearing the same things as you're closer to Edmonton, you're in Sherwood Park, but did you hear anything from local candidates in Edmonton or even voters in Edmonton that they were comfortable with the introduction of political parties into the municipal arena?
I didn't hear anything from anybody who said they were overtly in favor of political parties. What I did hear was frequent requests of candidates while they're at forums or knocking at doors for which party do you support? Are you a liberal? Are you a conservative? And that's been that way forever. Well, I shouldn't say forever, for as long as I've been experienced in local government elections. And I think it's probably just because voters are trying to peg somebody's political preference or persuasion as, am I aligned with this candidate or not, based on whether they're blue or orange or green or some other color. Or red, I suppose, is probably the other here in this province. So it is something that has come up a little bit. I haven't heard many people talking about political parties as a bad thing either most recently. And I think that's perhaps because to the average voter who's just kind of watching from the outside, they see the tip of the iceberg, the part that's obviously above the water. And to them, because there's no label of UCP or liberal or whatever on somebody's brochures or their signs, they don't necessarily see them as a political party aligned in the traditional way of thinking here in Alberta. We are seeing, I think, more so in Calgary than in Edmonton, that there has been some polarizing influences of political parties and candidates of political parties. That such and such a mayoral candidate is backed by the premier. Others are openly running against whatever it is that the premier happens to be standing for. Today, I saw a mayoral campaign in sorry, a mayor candidate in Edmonton post something about judicial reform as part of their platform, and I saw them get called out quite quickly and regularly to say that that's not the mayor's job, or it's not even a job of the local order of government. So there may then be the perception that there is an alignment between the local government and the provincial government through the parties in issues such as that, meaning that if you vote for the quote unquote UCP candidate for mayor in Edmonton, essentially the premier is going to be running the city of Edmonton through her proxy. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But there certainly is that perception out there in some quarters.
Now, one of the major media narratives that I've been hearing over the last 30 days since nominations have closed was the narrative of this is the election of meh. While apathy is at an all-time low, and earlier this morning I did a deep dive into some of the larger municipalities, and voter turnout is either on par or well below the 2021 municipal elections. I didn't see anything in this election that kind of stood out to be that battling call for what the election is going to be based on. Now, political parties, I thought, could be that issue, but it wasn't. I thought maybe change would have been it, but again, there wasn't really a change candidate in any of the two big cities. In the last 30 days, did you see anything that became the sort of the rallying focus of what this municipal election could have been based on? Now, I should note, there are 400 municipalities across the province of Alberta, so every municipality is not going to be the same. But in the two largest cities, there wasn't really a narrative of what this election kind of boiled down to. 2021, it was COVID-19, what the path forward was for municipalities, the mask mandates. But this election kind of became the election of, as the media has said, meh. We don't see the engagement that we have seen in the past, unless I'm just not looking in the right places. Have you seen it?
No, I'm looking the same place as you are, I guess, Chris. I haven't seen a ballot question either. Now, you did make reference too of several, almost 400 municipalities in this province. So there may well be a ballot question in some of the smaller communities. And in fact, there are ballot questions on trustworthiness or on asset management or on getting rid of the old guard in some of our communities. But I really haven't seen that in maybe the top 5, top 10 cities in terms of population in the province. There just hasn't been there. And I was joking with somebody actually a few times over the campaign that, I ran for office 25 years ago, whenever that was. I could take my brochure from that campaign, I could cross out the date and write 2025 in it, and it would still be applicable today. And I don't think that that is a ringing endorsement of what's going on. I'll also suggest, though, on the flip side of that, that sometimes boring politics makes for better government. That we don't necessarily want to have a look at what's happening south of the border and taking up all the oxygen. What we do want is good, long-term sustainable communities, people who are acting honestly, ethically, with a sense of accountability and transparency as well. So no real ballot box question provincially. It was a bit of a trial run or a dry run, maybe not even a dry run, a first run through some of the major changes that came through Bill 50 and Bill 20, changes to the Local Authorities Election Act, changes to the Municipal Government Act. All of those, I suspect we're going to get to a little bit later, but all of those certainly had an impact, but more so for those of us who are actually watching the process unfold, probably than my neighbors who are just interested in, does the garbage get picked up, or my taxes going up too quickly, those sorts of things.
Now, you and I are both keen observers of municipal politics, and I would say even on the edge of being nerds about municipal politics. while this is unfolding, and we have 20 minutes left until polls officially close across the province, for those who are listening, we do have some people who are tuning in, and thank you for your comments already. But for those who are listening, if you're in line, stay in line, because your vote does count, and we are hearing long lineups in the major cities. So if you are in the lineup, stay in the lineup to make sure your vote is counted. But I want to talk about the nerds in the room and what happens after tonight's vote. Now, the chips will lie where they lie tonight, tomorrow, and whenever the official results are declared by each individual municipality. What is the first steps that most municipal leaders will have to do the moment after they get that phone call, get that email, or even get that social media post saying, congratulations, you are now councillor-elect or mayor-elect or reeve-elect for your municipalities?
Well, first of all, they probably won't get the call about being reeve-elect because typically those people are chosen from within. But
there are some.
That's why I said typically, Chris. So here we go. Our first point of contention of the night. And some mayors are chosen from within too, for that matter. Yeah. But yes, everybody will be elected to a position on council, whether it's chief elected official or whether it is a member of council. I suspect there may be some parties going late into the night. There will be even more events of somber nature going on, perhaps not quite as late into the night. I also suspect then that after the votes are counted and the unofficial results are published, that the local authority, the administrators, will begin working on contacting their councillors to arrange for getting them onboarded to their new positions. They will speak to them about council orientations, which for the first time are mandatory to attend in Alberta within the next 2 weeks. We start our orientations on Wednesday. We push our way through to the 30th, which is almost the last date. So we're involved in quite a few of those as well. It's going to turn some of the candidates, some of the successful candidates, the councillors-elect or mayors-elect, lives upside down for the first little while as they try and navigate their way through some very quick changes. Unlike, of course, people who are watching probably are the generally informed people. So they will know that unlike the Westminster system, federally and provincially, that there is no transition period. There is no transition team. There is no appointment of a cabinet. We just kind of move right into the organizational meeting. And the organizational meeting has to happen within the next 2 weeks. And there's a swearing in at that point as well. And by that time, these new councillors, new mayors, new reeves will have had to go through this orientation, go through their onboarding. They'll most likely have received either big binders of material or a new laptop or a tablet with a lot of information in it, and they will be inundated. For those who are returning, they will be used to this. They will know what the landscape looks like, what to expect from the people who are working with them and for them. For those who are new, however, some of them will probably be in that same boat and have a pretty good understanding and expectation about what's going to hit them in the next little while. If experience proves correct, however, most of the new ones will quickly discover that this job is going to be more than they thought it was. It's going to take more time and more energy. There's going to be more reading and more meetings. And it's going to put a big crimp into whatever lives they had until 8 p.m. today, where I guess after 8 p.m., it's kind of Schrodinger's vote. The votes are in, but nobody knows what they are. So you're both elected and not elected until somebody opens the box and counts the votes.
So the one thing I found interesting, so we're going to be going to an interview that we did earlier this morning with the deputy mayor of Canmore, Joanna McCallum, in a few minutes. But before we do that, what I found interesting when I spoke to some of the outgoing councillors, they're still technically working on the very first agenda of the next term's council's agenda package. So they are the ones that are setting the organizational meeting, the what's going to be in front of them. I found that fascinating. And again, learning this role and learning what municipalities do, I thought the moment this vote is done, they all just walk away and that's all. That's all they do. And they don't have to worry about what comes next. But no, they actually do have to.
Well, keep in mind too, and I keep trying to drill this into elected officials, is council is an it, not a they. It is an ongoing entity that looks after the best interests of the community from day one to day 365, 4 years later. So the pieces may change, the individuals may change, but the entity itself continues. Every October, in most of Alberta, these organizational meetings have to happen, in which case we may move some of the chairs around in council. We may reappoint people to committees. In some places, we may appoint a different reeve. But the it of council keeps the business happening. And one council has to move on to the next council through some sort of transition, but also they're looking for kind of a thread of continuity to run through good government as well.
What does good government look like in 2025 as we enter into this new term of office, Ian? Because it's going to be very self-explanatory. It's going to be different for different people. But overarching, what does good governance mean to municipal leaders in 2025 that it didn't mean in 2021? Or is it still the same challenges and priorities and sort of systematic issues that governance comes with when, no matter when you're elected?
Yeah, as much as I just said that council isn't it, it still is comprised of individuals. And those individuals have support systems and support teams. They have staff, they have friends and family. They may also have enemies in the community as well. And those things are just going to be magnified between now and whenever they learn the ropes. So they will, I mean, they're just going to have to kind of learn on the go, particularly for the new people. It's going to be a lot of change, a lot more than they expect. In some cases less than they expect. They're perhaps going to have less authority than they thought they might. For mayors who think they are moving into a system where they have a lot of power in their communities, they're going to start quickly understanding that they don't, unless, of course, the provincial government changes the rules again, like this we've seen happen elsewhere in Canada too. So it's going to be a lot of change, but fundamentally, this is the grassroots of representative democracy. And because of that, I'm really all in favor of it, and I'm through my company and myself, I'm more than happy to help out wherever we can, get these people focused and headed in the right direction to the benefit of their communities.
Earlier in the live stream, we talked about the sort of the election of meh. Now, voter turnout is down across the province in some places, not in some others. There's a bit of an uptick. I know, just noting Grand Prairie seeing a bit of an uptick compared to the previous term, previous election in 2021. Any odds on bets? Are we going to willing to put money on it right now of what the voter turnout will be at the end of this campaign, Ian? Or are you willing to even play in that realm?
You know, at the risk of sabotaging myself for the next little while, I think we'd be lucky if we hit over 30%. I just don't know that there's a ton of interest out there. If we were to put an over under on that, I'd probably take the under.
Really? I'm taking the over
Now,
on that.
I say that, but keep in mind that I'm talking provincially.
Yeah.
What's happening in individual communities, particularly the very small ones, you may get a really high voter turnout. But if we are hearing stories like we are of long lineups at polling stations, that sometimes people have talked about legislation causing voter suppression. And so that could decrease the effective voter turnout in some of those really large communities. So in terms of, I mean, total population, we've grown by close to 1 million people in this province since the last time we had a municipal election. So of course, the more people will vote, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's a pretty low voter turnout this time around.
So I believe it was 37% in 2021, and if voter turnout is already lower than it was in 2021, I think you're probably on odds-on favorite to win that bet. But knowing me, I always lose every bet that I've ever placed, so I'm not going to say anything. As we learned, you're really selling these positions. Yes, I am. Municipal politics is the most important level of politics. I'm sorry, I'm just responding to some people in the chat saying we're really
100%.
selling. We're really selling the role of mayors and councillors and reeves. Yes, because as the old saying goes, the moment the federal government ends, you will not notice for a few months. The provincial government, maybe a few weeks. But if your garbage doesn't get picked up or your water doesn't flush, guarantee you will know, and you will call your mayor and your councillor. So yes, we will be the poster children and basically the cheerleaders of municipal government, because it is the most important level of government to you and to us. And at the end of the day, this is an important election in the province of Alberta, because the future of our municipalities are on the line, and the direction of our municipalities, both big, small, urban, rural, will be determined tonight as new mayors, new reeves, new councillors will all get elected, and they will all ensure the future viabilities of their communities. Because when you talk to rural leaders, rural municipal leaders, like we're going to talk to later on this tonight, one thing you hear over and over again is we cannot let the dissolution and the amalgamation of smaller urban communities into larger rural communities happen, because the financial strain on the rural communities that will have will be detrimental to them. So yes, I will be a cheerleader for municipal leaders from across this province, because I think it is the most important level of government. Ian, before we close off and we go to our first interview, we have 7 minutes until the polling stations do close up here. What municipalities are you looking at during tonight's election results, knowing that some of the larger municipalities will not be coming in, as they have said they'll probably wait until tomorrow at noon to release any official results or unofficial results, and some say even potentially Friday? What are you watching?
Yeah. So some of them, the big ones, of course, will take up a lot of energy. Edmonton and Calgary, to see what the effect of the parties might be, not just on the mayoral seats, but on members of council as well. We're seeing an embattled incumbent in Calgary, of course. We will get a new mayor in the city of Edmonton. Other places I'm watching just with some curiosity are places like Chestermere. I think that they had a by-election between the last election and now. And my take on them is I think they're doing really well. And I've kind of keeping an eye on that. I see no reason to think there's going to be a huge change in Chestermere after the by-election. I'm very curious to see what happens in Medicine Hat with the inspection that came out this spring for them. And I think it's 6 or more candidates for mayor, including the incumbent, and 30-some council candidates for 8 spots on council there. Again, some incumbents are running, a lot are not. Some high-profile people are taking interest in that community as well. There are also, on the flip side of that, if I may, Chris, there are some communities for which there is very little happening in terms of active electioneering because of a lot of acclamations. I don't really like the idea of acclamations, but because of the environment in which we are in, it's not really a surprise that there's not a ton of people chomping at the bit to have themselves put on a ballot. And finally, I live in Strathcona County. I'd be interested to see what's going to happen here. The incumbent mayor is running again for a third term. He does have a challenger, but the challenger came out quite late and seemed to be as interested in making sure there was an election as anything else. I don't see a lot of change happening here in Strathcona County either. Some of the rural communities where there has been some angst. I'll also say that not in the angst area, but Clearwater County is an interesting one for me too, because in the last year or so, they have amalgamated with the town of Caroline, or village of Caroline, the former village of Caroline. And if I'm not wrong, and I could be, excuse me if the Reeve is watching, their council composition will change because they had an interim or transitional council between the amalgamation and now. They'll move forward from this election with, if you want, their final structured council. So those are some of the ones I'm interested in.
So I'm going to pick up on there a little bit as well. I'll be watching the city of Medicine Hat because of everything that's been going on down in that, as the quote unquote forgotten corner of the province. I'll be watching what's going on in Medicine Hat. I will also be watching what's happening in Lethbridge, Alberta. Mayor Blaine Higgs is running for a second term as mayor, but at the very last minute, for those who have watched Municipal Affairs, Alberta Municipal Votes 2025, there was a change in one of the candidates' registrations. Ryan Meny was running for council, but then at the last minute, on nomination date, he pulled his papers from the council position and he decided to challenge Mayor Higgs for the mayor's chair. So I will be watching that unfold. As I've been told, it will be a close race, but we will see, because that is democracy. All the election speculation is all speculation until the counts are voted and the boxes are closed, as in about 3 minutes. The other community I'm going to be watching is Red Deer County. Three current councillors are stepping up to run for the mayor's chair for Red Deer County. Now, you may be saying, Chris, why are you saying mayor? It's a reeve. No, it's not. It is the mayor. They elect the mayor at large in Red Deer County. So it is one area that I will be watching. And then heading north a little bit, I'll be watching the city of Grand Prairie. Mayor Jackie Clayton is running for re-election there. This will be her second full term as mayor in the city of Grand Prairie. She did take over when former Mayor Bill Given left to become the CAO for the municipality of Jasper, and she has been there since. So she has been leading the transition from the RCMP to the City of Grand Prairie Police Services. So I will be watching that. And of course, you mentioned it, I will be watching Clearwater County as well, because our friend and mutual friend, Michelle Swanson, is up for re-election in Division 7. So we'll be paying close attention to that. And I also should mention, this is the other one I'm watching because I've got 2 minutes to fill here before the polls close. But the one region that I'm going to be watching in southern Alberta is the Municipal District of Taber, where the Reeve is in for a re-election bid down there as well. I forget what division she is. I think she's Division 4. I'm going to get her name wrong here. Tamara, I apologize, Tamara Reeve, but I'm watching your race as well. I believe it's Division 4. She's going to send me an email on Instagram probably here in about 2 seconds saying, no, it's Division 2, Chris. So those are the ones, but also there's 3 municipalities across the province of Alberta where we're seeing the role of mayors in this term actually run for council in this term of office. So in the 2025-2029, the city of Beaumont, the town of Didsbury, and I'm forgetting one. The city of
Fort Saskatchewan.
Fort Saskatchewan. You're right. So those are the 3 that I will be watching. What else will you be watching there?
I was going to bring up a very similar topic that last election, it was quite a curiosity when we saw former Spruce Grove Mayor Stuart Houston decide he would step down from the mayor's chair and run for council. We're now seeing, as you have pointed out, several other instances of that occurring as well. I do wonder sometimes about the dynamic of somebody who has been the titular leader of a council now being asked to take somewhat of a back seat. And I guess we will see, first of all, what the voters say in terms of bringing that person to council. And then secondly, what type of leadership they can do from a little bit more behind the scenes. There's another interesting one happening just west of Edmonton in Parkland County too, where the current mayor is running again for his second term. He's being challenged, however, by a former mayor who had run in the last election. I think he hadn't run in the last election. But a former mayor, Rod Shigek, who is interested in coming back to be mayor, should the voters in that county choose him. So that's another interesting dynamic too.
So I will just break in right now and just say that polls have officially closed in probably the majority of the municipalities across the province of Alberta. Polls were open from about 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, depending on what your municipality's rules were, till 8 o'clock tonight. So polls are officially closed. Now, we're not expecting any results over the next 15, 20, probably even half hour. So we are going to just quickly, I'll just give the last word to Ian before we go to our first interview. Ian, do you have anything to add about polls being closed? And now we can officially say who we think is going to win.
Doesn't matter. Who we think. I think you and I got just as many votes as everybody else in this province did. So with the polls being closed, however, they're closed to people who aren't in line yet. My suspicion is that in many of the larger communities, we still have some pretty long lineups of people who will be afforded the opportunity to vote, even though the polls themselves have actually, or the lineups have actually been cut off. So while the polls are closed, officially, unofficially, the counting won't start, and particularly in the bigger communities for some time to come yet.
I agree. So we're going to go over to our first interview of the night. Earlier this morning, we sat down with a few councillors and mayors and deputy mayors who were not seeking re-election for this upcoming term. And we chatted with Canmore Deputy Mayor Joanna McCallum about what it means for her to leave her position after 16 years on council, 4 terms as an elected official. She decided not to run for the 5th term of office. So without further ado, our interview with Deputy Mayor Joanna McCallum of the town of Canmore. The last time on the show, as she has decided that she is not reoffering, and as of tomorrow morning, she's waking up as a private citizen. Deputy Mayor McCallum of Canmore, thank you so much for doing this. How are you feeling on
I'm
election night?
I am feeling nervous. I am feeling hopeful. I'm feeling a bit relieved. It's taken a while to get to this day, and I'm looking forward to seeing the results late tonight, or maybe in a couple days, depending on how fast the count goes.
As a counselor who has a stellar career in municipal politics, you have decided to hang up your hat and decided to ride off into the sunset. What was your decision on to hang up your hat in this election?
So I actually made the decision in 2022 and thought that it was good to make the decision early so I could let potential candidates in the future know that I could be a source of information, mentoring, etc. And it was really just about, I knew that, 4 terms I thought was enough. I wanted to make change in other ways, in other avenues. And so I let people know early on and managed to mentor a few people and give advice to a few people. And so here we are.
We're going to
Um,
we're going to talk about that advice in 2 seconds, but I have to ask this
okay.
question because there's always the thought of you always wake up as a municipal councillor every day trying to make your community better off than you got it the day before. Looking
hmm
back on 4 terms in office and now as of Monday, October 20th, have you left Canmore better off today than you got it when you were elected 4 terms ago?
I believe so. I really believe so. And I didn't do it alone. I did it with in concert with many other elected officials as well as locally in Canmore. More housing, more seniors housing. We have excellent transit. We have free transit for our community. And we've built out the Palliser, or sort of the Palliser process with our area structure plan. I could just go on and on. And again, I repeat, I didn't do any of these things on my own. I did this in concert with other great people. So I do believe that I've left the community better than I found it.
What's the moment that you look back on and you say, this is what my legacy is going to be? When I look at Canmore today, this is what I'm proud that I was around that table for those 16 years to make that difference, to put my mark on Canmore to what it is today. Is there one thing that stands out for you? I know you talked about housing, but is there a tangible thing that you look back and say, you know what? I'm glad I pushed that forward.
So I would say it's the Palliser ASP. That the Palliser lands was under review when we were considering the Olympics in 2018. And when the city of Calgary, the people of Calgary decided that they didn't want the Olympics, that sort of opened the door for us to do something very different. And it took several years, but we managed to get through an area structure plan, which basically opens that neighborhood to be a neighborhood of affordability. It's going to have 1,000 doors, and I believe 80% of them are going to be non-market housing. There's already non-market housing in that area, and so I'm just looking forward to seeing that neighborhood build out. And the whole entire underpinning of that entire neighborhood is about affordability. So I'm just really excited to see that grow and move forward.
Looking back on the last 16 years, how have you changed as a counselor, as a deputy mayor, as a person, as an Albertan, as a human being? Do you feel like you're a different person than you were when you first got elected?
Yeah, I do. I feel like a different but the same. Like I've always struggled with when my friends would introduce me to new people, like, oh, this is Joanna McCallum. She's one of our counselors. And so I missed being just Joanna McCallum, your mom, your neighbor, like friend. But I I will miss a few things. I don't know if I'll miss, hey, there's Counselor McCallum, or being stopped in the grocery store. But yeah, it's been a great run. I feel like this was the honor of my life. This is something I knew I wanted to do when I was 18 years old. You and I've talked about this before. And so to be able to draw a direct line as to when I started, which was I was 35. I had 2 small children hanging off me. I had an 18-month and a 4-month-old, and we door knocked all over town. And now that 4-year-old is almost 20. And I'm actually right now calling you from Nelson, BC, because I'm getting her launched into the next phase of her adulthood. And she's just asking me politics while reading the newspaper here locally. Like, she's already ready to get involved, which just like makes my heart sing. So yeah, I have changed. I think it would be fair to say that I was a bit lippier when I was younger. I still am a lippier, but I have a sort of a softer undertone to it now.
You can take Steel
And
Town out of the girl, but you can never take the girl
yeah,
out of
it's
Steel
true.
Town.
Yeah, it's true. I know. I just had lunch with Sheila this summer, actually, and it was just like looking back at all those years I've spent in her office in Hamilton too. So I learned from the best. But
So,
yeah, I
so
have changed.
So, looking at the new crop of counselors, because Canmore is going through a bit of transition, there's going to be some new faces around that table. No ifs, ands, or buts, because you're no longer there. So, there's going to be at least one new voice. And
Yeah.
across Alberta, both urban and rural, there's a lot of people who are challenging and going to be potentially elected tonight. So, there's going to be some new
Yeah.
faces around council tables. As someone who has been in the trenches for the last 16 years, what's the one piece of advice that you wish you would have known 16 years ago that you want to instill upon the next generation of municipal leaders?
I think, well, the number one thing that I knew this at the beginning, but I didn't know to the depth that it was, is that municipal politics is a long game. If you want to get anything completed, you need to make sure that it's instilled within the business plan or the strategic plan that you start as a new council after the election. And if you have big ideas, they need to start being seeded within that first budget cycle for it to be able to get momentum within your term. So the long game piece. The other piece of advice would be to build allies, especially across municipalities. When you go to your conferences, find your people. And I would say that our conferences, I kind of joke that we're all like get to go with our mothership when we go to Alberta municipalities or FCM. We all get to hang out with all the people from our mothership. We all speak the same language. Like, you can get drill right down to it. You know, everybody knows what an offsite levy is. Everybody knows what a bylaw amendment is. Everybody knows what these sort of things that make your meetings go. So you can just cut through the crap and be able to have real conversations and understand what other communities, what kind of problems they're having or successes that they're having that you can glom onto and learn from. But find your crew. I was really lucky. I found my crew at the beginning. I had Bill Given from Grand Prairie, John Carlo from the city of Calgary. Who else did I have? Aaron Paquette from Edmonton. Mikey Walters from Edmonton that's running for mayor right now. I have a really great crew, and we stood by each other through all of the terms and still chat and still get together. But find your people, and don't forget to find the best swag at the conferences.
Certainly
I
right.
actually have the best.
I want to ask, though, a very personal question that a lot of municipal leaders don't often think about before they enter into the municipal realm. It is a blood sport out there right now. And I use that term loosely, and it is very politically partisan municipally compared to 16 years ago that when you first were elected. How does the next crop of municipal leaders navigate those uncertain waters? Because you have to have a thick skin to be a municipal elected official because you are the closest to the people. And like you said, you will see them in the grocery stores. How do municipal leaders prepare themselves for the potential criticisms that they will face that you have probably faced in your time in office?
I think that there's a lot of criticism that comes from the cheap seats. A lot of people that are willing to say things that they aren't willing necessarily to back up. And you need to remember that. I've always believed in meeting people where they're at in terms of like actually personally meeting them. The last few years, I've really pulled myself away from social media and just really sharing information and opportunities to my constituents as opposed to getting into debate because I just never felt it was ever really fruitful. And we tend to say things to each other online that we would never say if we were in person with that individual. So I prefer to go out for coffee. I was given a really great piece of advice when I first got elected was to never read the letters to the editor. And part of that is because not in every case, but in most cases, those people, when they write letters to the editor in criticism of the council, they're not actually looking, in my opinion, to make change or to do something positive. They're just there to criticize, because if they were actually there, they would have called you up and asked you to go for a cup of coffee and hashed things through. And, you know, in Alberta, we are a province made up of a lot of smaller municipalities where this is actually possible. In larger city centers, it's not as possible. But, you know, we're a one-person show. I don't have any staff. I don't even have an office at Town Hall. I have a drawer and a cubby. So, like, the coffee shops of Canmore were always my offices over the last 15 years. And so I would make a point of going out for coffee with people to try to really understand their perspective and to be able to communicate better. Did it always end up that we were in agreement? No, not always, but at least I felt that they were heard and they were able to listen to how I had come to my conclusions or decisions.
So my final question before I let you go is, what does a former politician do the moment after the next term is sworn in? What are you doing tomorrow morning when you wake up and no longer have to worry about the day-to-day intricacies of the town of Canmore? Is there going to be a sort of sigh of relief, or is there going to be a moment where you go, maybe I should have ran for another fifth term?
Oh no, I shouldn't run for a fifth term. No. I actually am still the deputy mayor until next Friday, or this Friday. I guess it's Monday. So I actually have an agenda review meeting I need to attend on Wednesday, and I have some bits and bobs that I need to clean up before. And I'm actually sit on certain boards and committees that outstrip my service. So I believe I'm still on planning commission until the end of the year. Until they get the new planning commission organized. So I still have some roles and responsibilities. I have a honey-do list that is the length of my arm on my phone that I need to start hacking into. And so that's what I'm going to be doing. And then, like I said, I'm here in Nelson, British Columbia, and I am getting my kid launched. So I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of thrift storing and the garage sales over the next 4 weeks to get her organized and out the door. But yeah, that's sort of what it looks like now. I'm going to take a few months off and get through to the new year and then start looking for work in the spring. I already have some contracts going, some bits and bobs, but in terms of like all guns blazing, it'll happen in the new year.
Well, Deputy Mayor, I want to take a moment and say thank you. Thank you not only for the people of Alberta for your service, but thank you from me. Your friendship, your chats in the coffee shop have been wonderful, and I will miss you at Alberta Municipalities, and I will miss you at FCM. You are a true stalwart, and you are one of the good ones around that council table, and I think Canmore is better off with you at the table, and it will be a big loss the moment you are not there. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for serving and for being part of Alberta's history. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks, Chris. But you know, I really want to say to you, I appreciate how much over the last few years that I've gotten to know you, the light that you've been shining on municipal government. You know, it's not something that people pay attention to very often, and it comes through in the news as sort of snippets and bylines. And you've really made an effort, a huge effort, to not just in Alberta, but in provinces across the country, meet and greet and learn and spotlight amazing municipal servants across the country. And I really, really am grateful for the work that you do every day to shine light on our work.
Welcome back to our live edition of Alberta Municipal Votes 2025 here on the Cross Border Network. Now, polls have closed across the province, and we are waiting for results to start trickling in. We are going to continue our chat with Ian McCormack here, president of Strategic Steps Incorporated, but also the co-host of the best political talk show on the internet, The Political Trenches, Local Government at Work, that is strictly dedicated to municipal government. Ian, polls have closed. Our chat with Deputy Mayor Joanne McCallum, where we chatted about her time in office, what the life was like, and what she plans to do the moment after the new council is sworn in. Now, polls are closed, Ian, and that means it is now out of the hands of the candidates. That means no longer can they send out those millions of emails, millions of push text messages saying get to the polls, because all their work has now ended and is now up to the voters and the people still in line to actually count and cast their ballots. What happens now? Now that the work is out of the hands of the candidates, it's now in the hands of the officials who are going to do the ballot counting. What should candidates be doing? I know you said it's a little bit of Schrodinger's cat, a little bit, but there's going to be people who are going to have to get ready today, literally as we're talking about the next 4 years of their life. What should municipal leaders who are about to get that, again, phone call, email, whatever it might be over the next few days, what should they be doing tonight? Should they just be relaxing because the next 4 years is going to be heck on earth?
Yeah, I think they probably should be relaxing tonight, whether they win or whether they don't. They've given us, all those candidates, whether they won or not, have given us a really good series of choices that those of us who are citizens in the various communities around this province can choose from. So first of all, a big thank you goes out to them. Tonight, you're right that now we have moved into the hands of the officials who are going to be doing the counting. We don't expect Edmonton and Calgary to come in anytime soon, certainly not tonight, probably sometime tomorrow, I'm hearing. In some of the other smaller communities, it probably won't take very long. And in the mid-sized communities, it might be tonight, it might not. I was speaking with a CAO from a mid-sized town earlier, I guess late last week, and she was speculating the count could happen at around 5 a.m. when it comes in. I know Edmonton has said that they're going to stop counting at midnight and they'll pick it up again in the morning. So my guess is with that CIO with whom I was speaking, that she was thinking they're just going to count until they're done. So from the officials, we owe them a debt of gratitude that this is really unnecessary manual counting in these larger communities, but that's what the law says now. So your question, however, was like, what happens to the candidates? So I think they should relax tonight.
Before you do that, can I just do something quickly, if you don't mind?
Yeah,
because we don't often, we do, but we don't do it on this type of scale. I want to take a moment and thank every single person who put their name on a ballot this election. Now, local governments are often the most overlooked level of government. And while we want to thank the officials for doing the counting, I want to thank the people who have put forward their visions for this great province. Now, there's going to be a lot of people tonight who do not win, who will not be getting that call or getting that official title tomorrow morning as they roll into City Hall or Town Hall or Village Hall. And first off, you're not going to get your own private parking spot unless you're in the big city, so don't expect one. You're going to be just like a regular Joe like today. But I want to thank every single person who's put their name on the ballot over the last 4 weeks, who stepped up. It takes a lot of courage to do that. It takes a lot of courage to put yourself out there to ensure that your voice and the people that who support you are heard during this election. Now, you had to go and knock on as many doors as possible. You had to get out there to every event, and I give you credit where credit is due. To those who were acclaimed, thank you so much for serving. For those who are in the battle for their lives in their next 4 years, good luck. But I just want to say, for those who have put their name on the ballot, thank you. Because there's going to be a lot of armchair experts tomorrow morning who are going to come out of the woodworks and say you're doing a bad job. Guess what? You're going to do the best job that you possibly can. And for those who are the armchair experts, which I know I'm going to be accused of being one, don't. Give them some grace. John Petrie, the Mayor Brooks, and I, which we're going to have an interview later on tonight with him, he said it best. There's a lot of people where you're just going to have to give them some time. Give them 6 months. Give them 3 months. Just give them some time to get into these roles, because they're going to drink from a fire hose, and Ian's going to talk about what the next steps are here in 2 seconds, but I just want to make sure people are aware. The role of a counselor is tough. It is a full-time job with very little to no remuneration. I was going to say pay, but then I hear George Cuff yelling in the back of my head, they don't get paid, they get remuneration. So for those who have stepped up, thank you so much. For those who are about to become armchair experts tomorrow morning, stop it. Ian, what is the first steps that this new council will have to do? I know you talked about training in the early part of the interview, but what is the first steps?
Yeah. So what if we can assume we're going to get our way through the first 2 weeks, which is, I mean, you mentioned the proverbial fire hose, and you're absolutely right. It's just by the nature of the fiscal year of the municipalities being January to December, and the fact we have our elections happening and then our orientations happening with approximately 2 months left to go in the year. So yes, they're going to be moving right on to some very important things. The good and bad about that is they start to get really into the trenches really quickly. I think the biggest challenge for new elected leaders in particular is going to be to transition from the role of candidate to the role of elected official and councillor. In the vast majority of urban Alberta, these people who are sitting around a council table next week will have been campaigning against one another essentially for the same jobs. So in some places, the top 4 people or the top 6 people who are running for council spots got the jobs. We don't know who exactly those people were beforehand. The electors chose this team to run the community. Now they have to start getting along. So they have to start to understand each other as people. They ought to be starting to put some ideas about how our vision for this community over the next 4 years matters. What are we going to be doing that makes our town or our village or our city a place our grandkids want to live in? It'll be slightly different for rural communities for the most part, because and the very large centers, because we elect councillors from wards or divisions in those cases. So when we see council sitting around a table, they haven't run against each other, that they've run against other people in their ward or division and have come out on top, either with a majority or a plurality of votes. So in that case, the team may be a little bit easier to develop. When we do orientations, we talk quickly about things like the stages of group dynamics, the forming, storming, norming, and performing. And we need to recognize that while we have the Municipal Government Act, we've got the Local Authorities Election Act, we've got a suite of bylaws and policies that are the rules that are written down, this is still fundamentally a human interaction business. And so we need to start working on some of those relationships and understanding each other as people with families and, in most cases, other jobs and pets and things, before we start arguing on matters of policy across the table. We also, when we do these orientations, we talk in terms of cycles. Let's get through the first quarter. Let's get through the first year, those sorts of things. So coming up, we will have things like professional development, general professional development. In some cases, we'll have conferences to attend. You're absolutely right that we're going to have to get the budget dealt with as well. We're going to have to understand who contributes what to local government, the differences between council making direction and administration implementing that direction on behalf of council. And then if we look through 12 months and we've gone through one full cycle of everything, all the things I've mentioned apply, plus things like you have to do an evaluation of your chief administrative officer, your city manager. That's not something that happens everywhere in Canada, but it does here happen by mandatory. You'll be meeting your regional partners, regional neighbors. You'll be perhaps getting involved provincially or nationally on various advocacy type campaigns as well. Hopefully you're quickly understanding the differences between what local government does and what other orders of government do, so that we don't see what we saw earlier today, where mayoral candidate is starting to talk about things like bail, the judicial system, of which, while the local authority has to deal with the results of that, really is not something that is at all under the authority of the local government. So getting used to understanding what the job is, exercising that job. In the spring of next year, my expectation for most municipalities is that council will have begun to understand what their job is, begun to understand their colleagues, begun to have an idea of what's different in their communities because of the work the 5 of them or the 7 or 9 or whatever have done. And they'll be working on a long-term governance plan, a strategic plan that puts a real stamp on that community over the course of the next 4 years. And then from that, identifying a series of priorities maybe to work on through 2026. So these people who are newly elected and those who are continuing need to really focus on their role on the team as being the governors and the directors, like the people who set direction, rather than administrators and service delivery people, which is in a lot of ways what a lot of boards and committees that these people have come from have been doing. So it's going to be a bit of a change of attitude, a change of mind, a change of law in how these newly elected people contribute to their communities over the long term.
Now, I am just cautious of some results are actually trickling in, if you can believe it. We are actually seeing some results in person. Now, I'm going to not get my switcher to switch over to it, so I'm just going to get him to just stay with Ian for a second. But most of the rural communities will probably have results tonight. And I say that respectfully because there's a little bit less people that you have to count in rural communities. So right now, and I was just randomly while you were chatting, I was listening to while I was typing in, I can walk and chew gum at the same time, I think. But Mountain View County, which is in just north of Edmonton, just north of Calgary, has started to see some results come in now. Division 6 has seen some results come in, and I think, yeah, just Division 6 and Division 3 are starting to see some results trickling in. They have a live stream on YouTube. Don't turn away for those who are on our YouTube channel right now. We will bring you the results as they officially come in. But I want to, though, quickly talk about something you mentioned, and it is literally the name of your company, which is Strategic Steps. The strategic priorities that council terms set usually happen within the first few months. For those who are listening who may not know what a strategic priority set of list is, what is a strategic priority for a council? Is it just a very small document that sits on a shelf, or how is it useful for municipal councils, whether it be small, big, urban, rural?
Yeah, any of the above. First of all, it should be something that's unique to the community. Often use a metaphor of golf. Now, perhaps the world's worst golfer, and I avoid it whenever possible. But my comment to councils is if you are thinking about setting a strategic direction, you're standing on the tee box on the first hole, and your goal is to put the ball in the hole at the end of the first fairway or green or whatever. Anyway, but you can't do that in one shot. So you're going to take 2, 3, 4 shots to get to achieving what is ultimately your vision of success. And each one of those shots I equate to some kind of a medium-term strategic plan, a course of an electoral term, 4 years, let's say. And if you have a vision of success, which is maybe going to take a generation from now, each successive council can focus on that vision, take a swing with the club, and try and get as close to the hole as they can, with a recognition that some of you are really bad golfers, and the ball is going to go left, and it's going to go right, and it's going to go in the water. But that doesn't stop you from trying to achieve your goal. And by going left, right, and water, what I'm talking about are some of the outside influences. Nobody campaigned in the last election on, let's deal with a global pandemic. Nobody campaigned this election, if I may use the last election in Jasper, well, let's deal with a tragic wildfire. Nobody campaigns on some of the things that try and take us off our ultimate goal. But if the vision is far enough out, even major interruptions like that should not take us away from what our ultimate vision for success is. It's up to council to set that. And I worked for a deputy minister once who was fond of saying to me that what interests the minister fascinates me. And I think it works in municipalities as well. What interests council should fascinate the city manager. And so when council is expressing what their priorities are, it's up to the city manager or the county manager to determine how best to get those done. But there's also a recognition that we can't do everything right now. So of all the things we want to see happen or the changes that we want to see made, what's most important, most timely for the next year? What are the 3 or 4 or 5 things, council, that you would like your administration to concentrate on in terms of changes we're looking to see? So within that, then, the individual council, the group of 5 people or 7 or 9, puts their stamp on the community and how they define success for that community over the course of this term and beyond. So to me, Chris, that's where the early development of a compelling strategic plan comes in. And I mean, we do a dozen of those or more every year right across the country. We work with municipalities to help out with that.
So I hate to be the teacher in the room, but I want to educate a few people for a second, because people might be tuning in who may not know how city council and councils operate. one of the things that I often hear from municipal officials who are running for office is, I'm going to go in and I'm going to fire everyone, and I'm going to tell people where the grader is going to be driving and who is going to be driving that grader. For anyone, I'm going to do a shameless plug here, Ian, so I apologize. But if you have a copy of your book, hold it up quickly as well.
Okay.
But for those who don't know, Ian has also written 3 books. One book is called Who is Driving the Grader. Basically, it outlines the roles and responsibility of both government, council, and administration. Now, the elected officials are there to govern. They are there to govern the administration of technically, they're there to govern the role of the CAO, because council only has 1 staff member. So anyone who has told you during this campaign that they're going in to fire the director of water, the director of operations, the parks person, guess what? They are not going to be able to do that. That is the role of the CAO, and only the CAO. The only person that the council can fire and hire is the CAO, city manager, however you want to call them. How important is it in these early 2 weeks, when people are doing the training as newly elected officials, to understand clearly what the roles and responsibilities of each and every single one of them is, whether they be a mayor or a councillor or a reeve? Because I think there might be a miseducation or a lack of information out there about how people not how people, but what roles they are actually going into. Because I think there's a lot of people who think they can go in there and just change the world as they know it, but shockingly, they can't.
Yeah. My favorite quote, and anybody who knows me even half well will know that I'm often fond of talking about Ben Franklin's quote about, "We must all hang together, or most assuredly, we will all hang separately." And so it is with local government. There is no member of council who's got any more power or authority than any other member of council. Even the mayor, we work in what we call a small W weak mayor system, has no more authority than any other member of council in terms of how their votes count. So to that, you're absolutely right, that no member of council can direct any member of staff, including the CAO. And it takes an act of council to direct the CAO. So this is one of those cases, again, where council is an it rather than a they. So the entity itself must direct the city manager. You're also right that the city manager, the CAO, Chief Administrative Officer, is the only employee of council. That's, according to the legislation, the only staff person whose role is kind of defined, and essentially their job is to carry out the will of council through bylaws and policies and resolutions and that sort of thing, and report progress back to council. And they also say other duties as assigned. So from that perspective, council can make changes to the very top office. It can't make changes anywhere else. However, there certainly can be pressure put, and I don't think it's healthy when that happens, because council should be interested in outcomes. What kind of change are we looking to see over the course of this term and beyond? And if we can think about that change and ask our CAO to help develop that change, then perhaps maybe there are staffing changes that do need to be made, but ultimately that's for the CAO to decide. I'll also say that when a new council comes in, sometimes on the mandate to clean house, I would still give it a bit of time. That if someone talks about the rascals who are in administration who all need to be fired because they're corrupt or on the take or incompetent or something like that, most of the time when that perception happens, it's a matter of fit rather than skill. I'm not saying there aren't people there who ought not to be there in terms of administrators, but if a council has hired a CAO to carry out their will, then there's going to be some challenges of council from that CAO as well. And if the old council's CAO still is in place, the new council should give that person some time. And if the fit isn't there, then certainly there is the opportunity for the replacement to happen. We will see dozens probably of town and village and county managers change in the next 6 months to a year. It just always seems to be this way. And a lot of times it's not because of skill, it's because of fit. But the adage lives that the CAO is still the council's only employee. And the sooner they understand that, the better for everybody.
So I just want to make sure that we mention some of the people who are watching our live stream and watching around and listening to us via audio streams. Yes, we are excited that you're with us. Thank you so much for tuning in. Greatly appreciate it. We are getting news that there is long lineups in the city of Wetaskiwin. So that came in about 20 minutes ago. So if there are still lineups, please stay in line because we want to make sure every vote counts. And I should also mention that there is someone in the chat by the name of Colleen who said, Who's Driving the Grader should be required reading for every elected official in the province of Alberta. And I agree wholeheartedly with you, Colleen, because it is a great resource and a great tool. Again, shameless plug, I apologize, but I think people need to pick that up. And where can they pick that up there, Ian?
Well, first of all, I would certainly expand that to say everybody in Canada should probably get it. Not just, let's not be parochial here. All my books are available through Municipal World, so they can be picked up online through there. And it turns out that I wrote Who's Driving the Grader first, so that was my initial book, and it's been, I think, so far the one that's got the best reception. The newest book about uncivil society might be something that we talk about a little bit later too, about harassment and abuse. But I think for now, the Who's Driving the Grader is a really good book for role clarity. So thank you for the comment, and Chris, thank you for the shout out as well. I want to just put a note. I've got a couple of texts here, one from Edmonton, one from Calgary. If you will, somebody from Edmonton said here. She says, this is a rant session. This municipal election process is so painful. Over an hour, people who don't understand how to fill forms, giving directions, multiple lines to verify yourself, so frustrating. People at our poll location are actually leaving. There's another one from Calgary, and you know who you are, said, oh man, there are going to be a lot of annoyed voters in Ward Métis. I guess, oh no, this is Edmonton, sorry. Again, there are going to be a lot of annoyed, my words, not hers, voters in Ward Métis if they close the polls. I left there about 20 minutes ago and people are still lined up down the block. There are only 5 people working the polling station. So there's some real life examples of what we're seeing. And both of those comments come out of the changes to the Municipal Government Act that were made unnecessarily, in my opinion, over the last year or so.
So we would never speak for anyone else, and that just happened to come in via text, right, Ian? They're not saying
those were both texts.
Totally. But I will agree with you, because when my husband and I went to vote this afternoon, I wasn't at the booth, but this is secondhand from my husband, so I have no reason to believe it's not true. But the gentleman who was taking our information, this was his very first job. So for those who are stressed out that they may not be able to get in and get out within 10 minutes of voting, please be kind to the people who are running these booths, because they don't need more stress than we potentially are causing them by being stressed out ourselves. So relax. These people are doing a service for our communities from here in Calgary to Edmonton to Strathcona County, across this province. Volunteers and those who are helping out on this campaign, who are counting our ballots, need to do it right. Now, this is the first election where every single municipality in the province of Alberta in some time has to count their ballots by hand. Last 2024, the Premier, under Danielle Smith and Rick McIver as Minister of Municipal Affairs, announced that changes to the Elections Act would ban the use of automatic voting tabulators for any election in the province of Alberta. Now, they had the right to do this. This is their rules. Alberta municipalities said this is not the right way. This means that we're going to cause a lot of delays, and it's going to cause votes to come in very late, which it will. So let's stay with it. Calm down, everyone, and make sure that the people who are counting need to do it correctly so we get the actual results. And I have no belief that it won't be long. I just want to make sure people are aware that we may not have any big results from any city in this province tonight. So I'm just putting that out there. So bear with us as this continues to unfold throughout the night. Now, I'm going to quickly jump into 2 interviews that we did earlier this morning with the I want to make sure I'm doing this right here with two rural leaders earlier this morning, I should say. I chatted with the County of Northern Lights Ward, I'm going to get this wrong again, Ward 2 Councillor Kaylin Shug and Starling County Division 4 Councillor Jackie Watts about their acclamation to another 4 years on their respective county council members. So without further ado, those interviews. Councillor-elect Shug, thank you so much for sitting down with me and talking about your acclamation to the County of Northern Lights, but also the next 4 years. First off, congratulations on being acclaimed for another 4 years. How's it feel as we are here on Election Day?
Oh, thank you for having me. I'm very excited. A little bit nervous because I'm still waiting for all the results tonight, and it's a big night, so I'm kind of pausing the excitement for right now, and we'll see what happens, but very grateful.
So what does the next 4 years look like for yourself as you head into this next term of office?
Excitement. I'm very excited. I just spent the last 4 years learning all I could learn, and now it's time to put boots to the ground, and I am excited.
So what is the excitement? What are you going to build off from the last 4 years into this year? Because there's a lot that is facing municipalities, both urban and rural, like the county. So what do you see as your role in the next 4 years to ensure that the building that you started in your term one doesn't end on term two, day one? So what are the big priorities for yourself? Because I can imagine, even though you were acclaimed, your conversations don't stop the moment you get told that you're acclaimed via email, via social media post. You are out there knocking on doors, talking to your residents of your, I believe it's wards in the County of Northern Lights, if I'm not mistaken, because every rural municipality is different. So what did you hear during the last 30 days to give you a sense of where the county and where your residents want you to lead?
I think for me, it's engagement. Public engagement is huge. You know, we're facing a proposed energy project on the nuclear scale, which has really highlighted the gaps in communication and how we reach out and get to our residents. And I think that's something definitely to build on. Social disorder, mental health disorder, you know, we're seeing those things for the first time really in our rural remote communities, you know, and it's really strong right now, and it worries people. You know, safety and mental health and those kind of supports, we need to have those in our community. So those are the two really big ones, on top of financial responsibility, right? Like, everybody is tapped out. You know, we're all watching our purse strings really tight, and so we feel that extra pressure as a municipality, and we're not immune to things like inflation and things like that. So those are going to be really big things moving forward in the next 4 years.
So around that council table, while you have been acclaimed, and if I'm not mistaken, one of your fellow councillors has also been acclaimed out of the 7. There's 2 that have been acclaimed, correct?
There's 3 of us.
Oh, 3 that have been acclaimed. So you don't get to choose who's going to sit around that table with you as of this afternoon or tomorrow morning when the official results are declared. How do you see yourself being that sort of transition counselor? Because you were there on term 1, you're going to be there next term. So therefore, the work that you started needs to continue on, and there may be new voices around that table who may not be up to speed. So how do you see your role in fostering that first term counselor, whoever that may be, if there is any elected?
Yeah, I think it kind of puts me unique, right? I'm one of the newer voices at the table. A lot of my other fellow counselors have been there for a while. So I think it's really fresh in my mind what that first steep learning curve of the first 4 years looks like. And I think that it gives me a unique opportunity to help introduce them and be able to relate to them, because it's an uphill curve.
So, as one of the newer counselors who's coming on the show tonight to talk about their journey over the next 4 years, what's the advice that you would give that first term counselor who has just either been acclaimed or is about to get elected tonight that you wish you would have known prior to entering into the municipal arena?
Take a breath, look after your mental health. It matters. Sometimes people are just very passionate. The phone calls are not always nice. You don't have to answer your phone 24 hours a day. It's okay. And I think that's the biggest thing. Just take a breath, give yourself some grace. And yeah, you don't have to be on all the time.
you drink from a fire hose in those first early days of an election. You have the orientation, you have budget, you have RMA, you have to learn the MGA inside and out, backwards, upside down. What is the first priority for you now that you have that sort of under your belt and you know what to expect? What will be priority number one for yourself to ensure that you get off to a good start in term two?
Take a breath. Get the priorities laid out, right? Like have some good, meaningful conversations with the council. Get everybody on the same page, and so we're all starting on a level playing field. I think that's huge.
Is that going to be hard?
Absolutely,
Why?
absolutely. Especially, I think if there's different voices at the table, everybody's coming in different. I think we're fresh off a campaign where we've really heard the priorities of the people and trying to juggle and prioritize those, see how they fit into what we've already got moving, what we need to start moving. It's kind of like we're on a freight train right now and some new things have been thrown on the tracks and we need to figure it out.
One of the big things that you said that you will have to prioritize this term is engagement. Now, I know you are engaging your residents because I watch your social media and I watch your council meetings, and you are engaging with your residents. What is going to be different in this term around engagement with your residents? Because there's often a thought is councillors engage via social media, they put the stuff out there, and that's their part of engagement. But how important is it for you in this next term to ensure that you're going to where the people are at, not just hoping that they're coming to you, but also going to where they're at around that engagement part?
I think it's back to the drawing board. I've had my creative juices running of how I can get out to meet people. We're seeing with the Canada Post strike that our newspaper is our old school fallback. It's not a good fallback. Trying to get people to go to our website all the time is a struggle. Social media is a struggle. People just gonna have to get really creative about meeting people where they're at. And we've heard loud and clear it's a gap. So it's a challenge I'm ready to take on because without our people, it's really tough.
Any municipal councillor that I've ever chatted with, any mayor or reeve that I've ever chatted with, always plans to what the future holds. So if we were to have this conversation on, and I'm going to get the date wrong, so I apologize, but on election day in 2029, what does Councillor-elect Shug look into her mirror ball and see the County of Northern Lights looking like?
I hope we're still thriving. I hope we're still passionate and engaged. And it's hard to look into the future, right? Like there's so many moving pieces, but I hope that we're just thriving. I hope that we're celebrating a lot of good wins and that we've at least moved the dial forward in 4 years. That's my hope.
Are you optimistic?
Absolutely. We up in the north in the rural, we are strong, passionate, and fierce, and I think we'll get her done.
Now, you and I were just talking off the record before we hit the record button on election morning because we're pre-recording this interview for airing on our live show tonight. And you said that the Blue Jays are playing tonight, so you're going to be distracted between two monitors. Can I get an early prediction on who you think is going to win? And we'll see if the gods of Blue Jays heaven will be shining down on Northern Lights County tonight.
No, I am superstitious and I will not change my gimmick. No matter how much you pressure me, my lips are sealed.
You're a good politician when you know not to answer questions from the media. Councillor-elect Shug, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I so look forward to our conversations in the future, and I look forward to seeing you at RMA. I'm assuming you will be there, so I look forward to that conversation, and best of luck over the next 4 years. And I'll be watching my election night results, as I'm doing right now, and the Blue Jays, so I'll be good jumping back between both. So thank you so much for doing this, Councillor.
Thanks so much.
Across Canada, our cities, towns, villages, and rural communities are alive with stories waiting to be told. Stories of innovation and economic development, resilience in the face of the housing challenges, and the financial hurdles municipalities overcome every day. At the Cross Border Network, we bring these stories to life. From coast to coast to coast, we're connecting Canadians to the issues shaping our communities and showcasing the people working tirelessly to make them thrive. With your support, we can expand our reach, amplify more voices, and shine a light on the challenges and triumphs of municipal life. For as little as $3.99 a month, you can help us grow and continue sharing the stories that matter most. Join us today and be part of this important mission. Together, we can tell more stories, build stronger communities, and make a real difference. Support the Cross Border Network now. Visit www.crossborderinterviews.ca today. Councillor Watts, thank you so much for sitting down with me and talking about your acclamation, but also talking about Starland County in beautiful Alberta. Before I jump into the issues and what the next 4 year holds, congratulations on your acclamation. How does it feel to be back for another 4 years in office?
Well, it's weird being acclaimed, right? I've always had to run, so it's a different feeling than before. You're unsure. Did you do a good job? Did no one have the appetite to run against you? So I'm going to go with I did an all right job and I'm back for another 4 years.
So back for another 4 years. I can imagine, though, Eve, over the last 30 days since September 22nd, when nominations closed, you didn't just sit on your hands and do nothing. You were probably out talking to your residents and asking them what their challenges and what their desires are for the next 4 years for themselves, but also for Starland County. What was the theme that you heard when you were talking to people over the course of this election? Even though you were acclaimed, you didn't have to, but I can imagine you want to hear from people.
Well, yeah. So after I was told I was acclaimed, I put on Facebook, because you're rural, right? And we were all in combine season, so you didn't get to see a lot of people. So I put it out there that if they had issues, they could approach me, and I'm going to go with I must be doing an all right job because it was crickets.
Really?
Yes.
So what do you see as your role over the next 4 years, and what are the issues that you want to see Starland County tackle over the next 4 years then?
Well, still a big push. We need some economic development. We are a chunk of land. We don't even have a gas station within our limits. So we have not a lot of commercial business. And when oil field seems to be in our area, hitting us quite hard and drying up, that we need to generate a tax base, not only for that, but for our youth to want to stay within our community.
So what does that look like? What does economic diversification look like? Because I'm going to burst your bubble a little bit, but I'm going to try and do it respectfully. If I go talk to 100 different counties, 100 different rural municipalities, they're all going to say the same thing. What makes Starland County a viable option for business to look at?
So we're predominantly ag space, so we're looking at that. We're a corridor. We're on the number 9, so we are a link to Saskatchewan, to Saskatoon. We have a lot of innovative people in ag, and we would hope to be able to adopt some ag tech within this. Our producers are very, very much interested in that. So something in that space that could set us apart. We're a small rural community. We're not going to get the Amazon warehouses, but if we could get an implement dealer or even just a gas station at our number 9 corner for people to stop and be able to support another business within our county, that would be huge for us. We know we're not going to be the Rocky View County or anything like that, but we know that we need to provide something, and you have to start somewhere. So that's where we are.
And while you're going to start somewhere, and that means that the new council will be sworn in after tonight's election results. And that means when you go to get sworn in, you don't get to decide who the other people around that table will be. Yes, you know a few of the names because they've been acclaimed, but until the votes are officially cast tonight, we are still up in the air. How do you see your role as councillor? Because for those who may not be aware, you're elected in a district or a ward, but I think it's districts in Starland County. But when you're sworn in as a Starland County councillor, not a Division 2, Division 3 councillor. So how do you see yourself working with your fellow council members around that table, including the Reeve, to ensure that the best foot forward for Starland County is always top of mind?
Well, yeah, council is very much a partnership between councillors, because you're looking, you take your residents' concerns and you try to put them and voice that for them, but you also have to take the whole county as a whole and what would be best for them. And it's a big undertaking when when you talk about potentially spending taxpayer money to try to bring investment into the county. Some people like it. We still have a lot that don't enjoy that, not on my back doorstep. But we've done that for years, and now our oil field is dead. We've written off 14 million in unpaid oil and gas taxes, and we're a small, very small rural community. So when you write off your entire budget in 4 to 5 years, that has huge implications. And so if we don't try to save ourselves, then why do we exist as a municipality? And we would probably have to be split up amongst our neighbors. So either we take a huge leap and we try to make this a viable municipality, or we wait till the lights go out and get absorbed by someone else.
So, okay, you just mentioned my ears perked up, and I can imagine any rural municipal leader is also perking their ears because you said unpaid oil and gas property taxes from these quote unquote zombie companies, as RMA has called them. Is that still an issue in 2025 for Starland County?
Yes. Yes. So
Really?
recently last year we had another one that went bankrupt. So yes, it is still an issue out our way. We're considered in the legacy oil field, as we've been talked about. So I think another huge endeavor we're going to be taking is the mature asset strategy that the province wants to pass, and what that actually looks like to us. I think that's going to take up a lot of council's time, because if we're not at the table talking about the issues and how it impacts us, and they give us the marching orders what it looks like, it's not always a good fit for a municipality, because a one size fits all doesn't help everything. We all have our issues, so if you're going to mandate something on us, maybe we should be at the table to so you understand our concerns, but that doesn't seem to be how this goes.
Does your local MLA, is, I believe, because I think it's very large, but I think your MLA is Nate Horner, the Minister of Finance, correct?
Yes. Yes.
So does he know what you're dealing with right now? Does he understand? Because anytime that I ever speak to a cabinet minister on the show, they always say that, well, the municipal leader should always talk to their local MLA. Your local MLA happens to be the president of the Treasury Board, aka Minister of Finance. So when you get the chance to talk to him, do you tell him that we need to be at the table, both Starling County, but rural municipalities across the province?
Yes, yes, we voiced that concern. I just feel that there's very little appetite to include us along that. Um, we did have Dave Yeager present to our central rural municipalities regarding the mature asset strategy. Um, I think he maybe got his eyes opened when he was actually toured around to see what exactly what our complaints are, whether it's the weeds, the abandoned oil field, the just walking away from infrastructure that's sitting there, the landowners not being paid their surface rights leases. It's a whole snowball effect, and I mean, it's a broken system that needs correcting, and you're not going to fix it overnight, but you can't keep saying you're part of this area that we have to look at this for and not ever once have one conversation with. It's a very urban design, we're calling it, coming out of the government for the rural counties.
It seems like the Starling County, but also rural municipalities as a whole, have a lot of challenges that they're going to be facing over the next 4 years. I'm gonna
Yeah,
ask.
between that, dissolution, you name it, it's a snowball out here.
Do you mind if I play in the sandbox about dissolution for a second?
No, go ahead.
More and more smaller villages, more and more smaller towns are asking themselves, can we still exist? How much of a burden would that put on Starling County if a potential, which we saw earlier this year, and they voted not to actually dissolve and not actually to cease to exist, one of your municipalities in your borders? What financial pressures would that put on a county like Starling County?
So we don't have a large urban within our boundary. We border Drumheller to the south. So we have 3 small little villages left. We operate 4 hamlets. The one that did go through their dissolution, we got the estimates that they're in a $14.5 million infrastructure deficit, which would be a huge undertaking for the county. Like I said, our budget is 15 to 19 million. Like, that's our whole one budget. What we're concerned about is generally they don't really track the villages well. And if they do dissolve and they hand them to us, then suddenly we get the notices from environment and from health, and we get a timeline of when we have to get them up to speed. And sometimes that's not realistic in our view, because if we can't maintain our own infrastructure, all our ratepayer money shouldn't go in to fund a municipality that wasn't doing their due diligence. And I'm a firm believer they should have stuck to the MGA long ago. If you were under 500, you should have been dissolved so that you had maybe not these big issues cropping up all over rural Alberta. But now, if you pull the trigger now, there isn't a municipality in rural Alberta that probably could absorb taking on all that infrastructure deficit. So that's another huge issue that we discuss. We tell them there needs to be more funding. We're told no, there is no more funding, that you just have to deal with it. And yet we didn't cause this issue. We partner with them when we can. We give them advice where we can. We try to steer them in the right direction. But if you would prefer to put a fancy playground instead of fixing your water pipe, we can't stop you as the county. So it's been poor decision making and putting lipstick on maybe something that shouldn't have got the lipstick put on it.
I've been doing this a lot over the last 24 hours, and I can tell you the analogies that I'm hearing from acclaimed councillors and mayors and retiring mayors and councillors is quite eye-opening, to say the least. But all the three things that you just talked about, the unpaid oil and gas, the mature asset strategy, and also the challenges of dissolution, all comes down to one thing, and that is money. Money, money, money makes the world goes round, as the song says. One of the big things that all municipalities, both urban and rural, will be heading into the moment after this election, the moment after everyone is sworn in, is budget talks. Is this going to be a challenging year for Starland County?
I think so. I mean, we're still in that unknown. You got two incumbents running that so if they are defeated, it becomes unknown territory for the two incumbents left, because you have new council. You're not sure where their priorities reside. So yeah, first term or first year after an election sometimes can always be a little bit more of a, I wouldn't say it's a bad process to go to, but I think a lot of people come into council, and I know I wasn't fully apprised when I first got on there about how this process works and how it goes. And I don't like the municipal governance. I think there's a lot of flaws in it, that you rely on one human for all your info. And if you don't question them enough and you don't ask the right questions, you can get led down a dark path very fast. So I think it's on, if you're an incumbent and you've been acclaimed and you have that knowledge, to try to assist your new councillors to making that best decision for them, because ultimately they have to understand the process, and it takes some learning. I was pretty silent for my first 2 years and thought, what did I get myself into?
So now that you're in term 2, right? Because you just got elected in
No, I'll be
2020.
going into term 3. Yeah.
Okay, term 3. Are you now more vocal? Are you ready to ask the hard-hitting questions in term 3?
Oh, I am. Yes, I'm a lot more. I'm not a wallflower at all in the council. I don't know if you could get that from my demeanor, but yeah.
I don't. And for those who don't know, the counselor and I actually have only met once, and we know each other a little bit, and we had a great conversation. And in that first about 10 minutes of that conversation I think you were at a convention, I got the sense that you're not one of those people that will just take things lying down. You'll be like, let's actually thresh this out. Does that give you hope that the challenges that lay bare to you today are able to be overcome in this term of office? Yet again, some things are outside your control, but are you optimistic? While you're not in a wallflower, are you optimistic about the future of Starland County?
I have to be. I live here, right? I want this to be the best county it can be. And every decision I make, it's not like it doesn't affect me. Every decision, every vote, it impacts me too. Once I'm done this job, I'm not selling the farm and leaving and saying, bye, suckers. Like, I will still be here. So when you make these decisions, you're trying to do best with the information you're given. I do ask questions, because I don't always trust 100% that everything they're giving me. And if I don't ask questions, I don't think I'm doing my job. So whether it come to the budget, a policy, a bylaw, what that looks like, it's my job to ask the questions to understand if I'm getting it correctly and if this is going to be the best step for the county moving forward. And yes, I don't get everything right, but I do try. And I think that's the big learning curve, is understanding that process and how you can be confident in that process going forward.
I appreciate that. Counselor, I want to thank you so much for taking time out of your busy day to sit down with me and talk about the next 4 years and talk about the challenges that lay ahead. It is always a pleasure to sit down with municipal leaders like yourself, but it's also a pleasure to speak to someone who is so vocal, but also so prepared to tackle the challenges that lay bare. So thank you so much for doing this. Greatly appreciated. And best of luck in the next 4 years as we enter into term 3 for Watts.
Yes. It's going to be an interesting go round, but I'm here and we'll see what it brings.
Thank you so much for tuning back in for hour 1 officially done, and official counts are starting to trickle in. We're going to quickly bring in Ian for a quick moment before we start talking about some of the results that we are seeing. Before we jump into some of the results, I just want to let people know who are listening to this. If you see results throughout the night, please put them in the YouTube chat, or if you're on our social media channels, send us a direct message on Facebook, LinkedIn, or even that nasty X, or Twitter as we used to call it. Now, I don't use Twitter as often, so I will only be looking at LinkedIn and Facebook. So if you see any results come in, please send them to us. But Ian, I'm just going to quickly jump into some of the results, and I'll be right back with you in 2 seconds. First, we're going to start in the town of Penhold, Alberta. Now, earlier in the campaign, it was announced that only one position would be running for election, and that is the election of mayor of the town of Penhold. And according to unofficial results as posted on the town's Facebook page, Mike Yargo has been re-elected to another term in office. Now, those who might know Mike might know him as the man with the beard. Ian, we are looking at Penhold as a whole. It is rare to see their council being acclaimed, but not the mayor being acclaimed alongside them. Is this just a one-off, or is this common that you have seen in your past? And what did you expect from, or what did you think of the results with Mike Yargo getting 460 votes and Brandon Pringle getting 187? For those who are not aware, Mr. Pringle did run in the by-election for council in the last term, but he was unsuccessful. But he tried again as mayor this time, and again came up short. Mike is back. What do you think about the results there?
Well, probably not that much of a surprise. And Penhold is it's a reasonable sized community. If anything, I'm a little disappointed with the total vote number that seems to have come up, and maybe it's indicative of satisfaction with the incumbent mayor and the rest of council as well. There hasn't been a ton of activity there. So I think that I don't want to read too much into that. That's our first result that we have actually spoken to today. We'll see if anything changed, or if there's anything different, or if this begets a bit of a trend. But if that is a particularly low voter turnout, it does tend to support the conjecture that we had earlier about there not really being a ballot question generally, and maybe more specifically in this case in Penhold as well. Incumbents, if there's general satisfaction, incumbents pretty much always have the upper hand over a challenger, particularly if the challenger doesn't have the name recognition or profile in the community by being, say, a current or relatively former member of council.
Next, we're going to head over to the city of Brooks, where their current mayor, John Petrie, is not running for re-election. And results are slowly trickling in, according to the town's website. Norm Gretson is currently leading with 215 votes. Joel Goodenough is trailing with 141 votes. Now, this is weird. I'm not sure what's going on in Brooks, but there are results coming in for mayor, but there is no results coming in for any council position. So maybe they are potentially just counting them separate, and they're going to be releasing some of the council positions later on. Ian, this is going to be a long night if this is where we are an hour into this campaign. I should mention that the MD of Peace has released 2 of their results. There was only 2 councillors running for election because the rest of them were acclaimed. And in Ward 1 in the MD of Peace, number 135, Sandra Eastman has been elected, and in Ward 3, Teresa Johnson has been elected for that county as well. Okay, so I'll be up front. I'm going to be here till 11:30, and I'm excited for the results to come in. But looking at the results so far, is this what you expected? Are we? Because I remember last election in 2021, we had results from even the smaller communities within an hour.
Yeah, I think so. Brooks is a city. So the numbers that we're seeing, I would be highly suspicious, are partial numbers and are indicative of maybe of a trend, but maybe nothing at all. Depends on where the polls are from. If it's from somebody, the incumbents or whichever candidate's home polling station, or whether it's from somewhere else. The fact that it's mayor that we're seeing rather than councillor, I think, is probably indicative of the changes to the Municipal Government Act, where I don't know if it was the same for you when you voted, but the different types of candidates, whether they are chief elected official or whether they are councillor or whether they are school trustee, are going into different ballot boxes. So your point about whether they are being counted at different times holds, and they may well be choosing to count the mayoral candidate ballots first and then move on to the council candidates. Because the mayoral ballot is pretty easy, it's first past the post. For the councillor candidates, if it's a ballot where several can be selected at large, then it becomes the first 6 past the post or the first 8 past the post. So the count is a bit more complicated for councillors than it would be for mayors in situations like this. So no, not really surprised.
So the other community that we are seeing some results trickle in is the town of Edson. Now, for those who may be aware, the town's mayor was acclaimed as Kevin Zahara was acclaimed as the town mayor for another term, but all council positions are up for election. And we are seeing right now, as of 9/13 on election night, we are seeing 3.2% turnout. Now, only 178 people have voted so far, so we are going to be seeing some, hopefully, increase in the number of Edson. I think we are on track, Ian, to potentially see a low voter turnout with the numbers that we are seeing slowly. Yeah. I should also mention quickly that we just had a little bit of an issue there where my screen went blank, but I should mention that the Village of Barons has announced its results, and my friend and former guest of the Cross Border Interviews, Clinton Bishop, has gone down. He just sent a quick message. He's not been re-elected to council. He was just elected in this last term through a by-election. So we wish Clinton a well-fought campaign and see him back on the streets and talking about the issues that Barons. Wow. If I can get my names of my municipalities right, I'd be doing the better job at this show. But the Village of Barons, Clinton Bishop, he was elected in the last term through a by-election, has gone down in defeat. We wish him the best. But going back to the original comment about voter turnout, this is a sad state of a democracy if our voter turnout is under 30%, is it not?
Well, you were reflecting on this based on the results from Edson. Now, 3% isn't going to hold. That is early. Those are early numbers. So the voter turnout will go up in Edson just as it would anywhere. However, you said right off the bat that Mayor Zahara has been acclaimed to office. So the high profile candidacy of a mayor's race wasn't present in Edson, whereas it is in a lot of other places. You also said everybody else is up for election, and that's because Edson, like many urban municipalities, elects councillors at large. So as long as there is one more challenger than there is a position on council, there is going to be an at-large election, which does set the town up, of course, for a bit of an upset, or like we heard in Barons about where an incumbent may not quite make the cut. It could happen, Edson, and it could happen in a variety of other municipalities as well. Interestingly, Edson is our very first stop on our council orientation tour. So we'll actually be in Edson, I'll be in Edson on Wednesday working with whoever gets elected to join Mayor Zahar, and I'm quite looking forward to that.
It is going to be interesting to watch these results come in as the night goes on. And I know you will be departing the live show here in the next segment at the end of that, about 15 minutes. So before I let you go, I'm going to give you some final words and give you some final questions before you depart the live show and go back to watching. We should also mention the Blue Jays are going to the World Series. Ian sent me a message in the last segment because we were talking to Councillor Shug and she is a baseball fan. So we are going to the World Series. Toronto Blue Jays are back at the World Series. They're up against the Dodgers. And I think all of Canada should get a round of applause and say, let's go Blue Jays, because they are our only baseball team. So Ian, final thoughts before we start to let you go here. But this election was the election of man. Would you not agree?
Yeah, it is the election of man, except in a few municipalities. You were talking right off the top about where should we be looking for places of interest. We haven't really spoken about many of those. We're not going to hear much, if anything, from Edmonton and Calgary. We had talked about places like Parkland County. We had talked about places like Medicine Hat and Lethbridge. You had brought up, I think, 3 municipalities where mayors had chosen not to re-up in that role, and now we're running for spots on council. I'm interested in that as well. The smaller municipalities, the very small ones, some of the villages and small towns, they may well have completed some of their vote counts already, or they may be certainly well underway. However, because of the size and the capacity of the counters, we may just not have heard from them. And unlike federal or provincial elections, to the best of my knowledge, there's no central repository of vote counting. It's just now, it will be up to the municipalities to provide the vote results to the province. And at that point, there will be a central list, of course, of successful and unsuccessful candidates. But we won't see that happen live, and we certainly won't see it happen this evening. So yeah, a little bit of an election of Matt, depending on where we are.
So where do municipalities go from here? Because there's a lot of concern right now that municipalities have felt over the last few years that they were being under attack. The changes to the Elections Act, the changes to the Municipal Governing Act, recall legislation. The last 4 years is a preview of the next 4 years. What do you have in your crystal ball that gives you hope that municipalities can weather this storm? Or are you going to be the ever so Pollyanna in this ongoing relationship of municipal nerds?
Municipal geeks and nerds unite. Yes. I think, if I wasn't a Pollyanna and I was Eeyore and I was going around with a cloud over my head the whole time, I feel
that's an attack on me there, Ian.
It might be. Depends on how you perceive it. It depends on the first steps that these councils take. One of the things we haven't brought up yet is the potential influence of groups like Take Back Alberta, particularly in school boards, but in councils as well. And it remains to be seen, of course, how successful those groups will be at the end of the night or whenever the vote count is done. But I believe if we have functional councils, we need to start with them going full bore, looking into the future of their communities, understanding each other as people, reducing as much incivility as possible, modeling behavior we believe or we expect in other people, making sure the rules are in place, that we know they're there and that we're following them. To me, those are the sorts of things that indicate whether municipal government, particularly a council, is going to be successful or whether it's going to struggle and whether it's going to have a lot of inward strife, which is going to take away from its capacity to do anything for the good of the broader community.
I would agree wholeheartedly. So before we let you go, Ian, I want to thank you so much for joining us for the last 2 hours on Alberta Municipal Votes, a live election show. For those who are watching, we will have links to Ian's books in the show notes and in the chats in a few minutes as we head into our next break. So if you want to pick up copies of Who's Driving the Grader, The DNA of Great Leaders, and one of the biggest topics, and we're going to quickly touch on it before we let Ian go, is uncivil society. And I forget the official tagline, so you're going to have to say that here in 2 seconds. But Ian, I want to talk about that third book because we have seen a society that has changed and is more vocal and more demanding of our local elected officials and our leaders. How do we as a society change the way that we interact with our politicians to ensure that everyone is safe, but everyone is civil in our conversations?
Jeez. You want to do that
Final
on election
word.
day, dear Chris? So
Hey!
you asked about the title of the book. It's Uncivil Society, Countering Gaslighting, Stalking, and Other Forms of Abuse. And while we're live here, I need to say thank you to many people here in Alberta, administratively and politically, who I interviewed for the book, as well as colleagues from coast to coast as well. So I do think that civility does need to be front of mind. I talked about modeling behavior we expect of others. You and I spent a couple of days last week in Regina working with the Saskatchewan Ombudsman and also with people who were part of the Saskatchewan Urban and Rural Municipalities Association as elected officials and administrators. And what we're seeing in terms of incivility, the growth of incivility certainly has roots right across Canada and beyond. Many of us would probably agree that over the last few years, certainly since COVID, it's gotten worse. And one of the things we're trying to do is try to counter that. So one of the things that we talked about last week in Regina was the two perspectives are we have to triage it. So how do we deal with the here and now? But the second piece is then how do we create a culture that is no longer accepting of incivility within our public spaces, whether that's the public, whether that's our elected officials, or whether that's administrators. There's a lot of effort that needs to go into that. I do mention a lot of this in the book on civil society. But it's worthy of a much longer conversation than we can have tonight. I would hope, though, that the people who are being elected or re-elected to their local councils, regardless of the position they in, take that role seriously. They recognize that they are they ought to be leaders as well as authority figures. They are people in many cases now who are taking on a high-profile role in their community. Whether it's a community of 500 people or 50,000 people makes no real difference, that they now carry more influence than they used to have. I would hope that they would carry themselves in a manner that is respectful of others, but also a manner that is something that would be honorable, would be full of integrity as well. So this is where perhaps my Pollyanna comes out a little bit, and that I think there is something we can do about it, but we do need to focus on it. And it's something we will be providing in our orientations this go around that we didn't do nearly as much 4 years ago or 8 years ago or 12 years ago for that matter. We're just doing it way more now than we ever did before.
So before we go to our next break, where we're going to be chatting with, or not next break, but our next set of interviews, we're going to be chatting with a councillor from Penhold, Alberta, but also Mayor-elect from Grimshaw, Alberta, Stacey Messner, where she has just become from deputy mayor into the role of mayor herself. But before we do that, I just have a quick note that Mayor Bill Rock of Amisk, Alberta, has announced on our social media pages that the new council for Amisk, Alberta is Bill Rock, Cody Johnson, and Brady Flynn, 3 council members. So good luck to them in their next endeavor. And quickly, we just got an unofficial results from the municipal district of Bighorn, where in Ward 1, there was 2 candidates that were elected because they elected 2 candidates per ward for Ward 1, and then 1 candidate for Ward 2, 3, and 4. But Steve Fitzmaurice and Jen Smith have been unofficially declared, and I say unofficially because we are still waiting for the official results later on this week, officially declared as councillor-elects for the MD of Bighorn. Ian, it has been a pleasure to sit with you for the last 2 hours and talk about this election and what the path forward. Now we will be back after our interviews with Cameron Galiski of Penhold, Alberta, but also Grimshaw Mayor Stacey Messner. So without further ado, here are those interviews. Councillor-elect Cunningham, thank you so much for sitting down with me and talking about your acclamation, but also the next 4 years in the town of Penhold, Alberta. First off, congratulations on another 4 years. How does it feel to enter into another term of office?
I'm really excited. I'm incredibly excited about our town in the next 4 years. We've this acclamation. We've got a really good group going forward. Pardon me. We're losing one of our councillors. He decided to step down, but the lady who's coming in to replace has actually been on and off our council, probably for about 16 years in total. So we've got yeah, it's that. So I mean, it's really nice knowing that all the changes that are happening in like around us, that we've got such a wealth of information for like and experience with our group. So yeah.
So over the last 30 some odd days since the nomination period closed and you were acclaimed, I'm assuming your work does not just stop at that moment and you just wait till the official results. Because for those who don't know, Penhold, there is an election going on, but it is for mayor. So all the councillors were acclaimed, but the mayor was not. There is a challenge there. So for yourself, for as the role as an acclaimed councillor elect, what did you do over the last 30 days just to ensure that when you get sworn in for this next term of office, the work can start on day one?
Well, I mean, I think our council group that we have, you know, we were chatting and it was it's kind of a weird thing because the acclamation comes just as an email. There's no yay. So it just kind of was we had a moment and we're just continuing. Like I still had my museum meeting. I had some the parent council with the strike and everything. They ended up meeting over at the museum. So just business as usual per se. Like it's just yeah, yeah.
So
The acclamation was something, but it wasn't. I think tonight will be the big hurrah, so to speak, because then we'll know who the entire group is. So
So
yeah.
what are you hearing at the doorsteps? What are you hearing from residents that they want to see addressed over the next 4 years? Because your role as counselor is to represent the people and the people speak. And what do you hear from people of Penhold when you're talking to them about what they want to see Penhold look like in 4 years' time?
Well, I didn't actually go to the doors myself, right? Like
But I'm
I
assuming you're
wasn't
having
going.
grocery store conversations, you're having
I
coffee
am
shop.
having those conversations, but it actually everybody's pretty excited. We had a really productive last term. We had trails come in. We were able to secure like 1.5 million in grants and stuff for our community hub area. Like we got a lot of stuff done on this last list, and people are really excited. We've got a dog park coming. Our public works fire department building is coming on. You know, coming up here too for spring. So actually, I wasn't hearing people upset, which I think actually, to be honest, it was very quiet online, just everything, even before the acclamation and afterwards, just very quiet, but which I guess is a good thing. So,
So
yeah.
then on the flip side then is what do you hope to bring to the next 4 years in council? As we enter into the 2025-2029 term, what does a councillor-elect Cunningham look to try to accomplish in this 4 years?
Well, I'm really looking forward to our strategic plan, and that's when we set that next 4 years. So um, I think a big thing for us will be a focus on what are we doing with some of our other buildings, like a memorial hall, um, things like that. We just had a brand new school come to our town, so again, which is amazing because we just had a new high school probably 12 years ago, and here we are, you know, another decade or so later, and we have a brand new middle school. So those type of things are looked after, right? So just yeah, I think it's just a matter of cleaning up little things. You know, we could possibly get some of our signs updated in town. I know that was one thing that we pushed off our strat plan was that welcome sign. It'll be just interesting seeing what we, you know, come up with collaboratively. I know every time we talk, it's always about keeping that small town feel. I think that's something our town does very well. We, you know, our community events, our fall festival, all of that, it really goes to foster that. We just had, um, it wasn't the town that did it, but we just had a family friends of mine. They actually did a fright night at our museum, and it was a wonderful event for the entire town. We had almost 500 people show up for that. So, you know, just how can we create community connection. So
You're gonna make me come up to Penhold to get a photo of the new welcome sign, aren't you? Over the next 4 years, that's all this ploy is all about, isn't it, Counselor? Because you know my affinity for making sure I have every single updated welcome sign. So when we look at the next 4 years, you talk about the community pride that Penhold has, and I've seen it up close and personal. It is a true sight to behold. What do you chalk that up to? Because it seems like Penhold is this unique unicorn of a beast that when you hold an event, the entire community shows up. What do you chalk that up to?
I think a huge part of that actually is we have our community service advisory board meeting, and we hold that once a month. That's huge. I most like all of our events that happen in town don't happen like without input from that board. That's a collective of our Girl Guides, our 3 school parent packs, our local church here in town, council, like everybody, our businesses, it's all a collective, and that's what makes it what it is.
And what do you hope
Like,
that Penhold will look like in 4 years with that community pride still bursting? Or do you hope to see it even grow larger and have not just the community of Penhold, but the surrounding communities also take part in what Penhold has to offer?
oh, absolutely, absolutely. Even our fire department, last year they did their own little Santa parade on Christmas Eve, and that'll be happening again. And not for a food drive or anything like that, just because they really just want to spread cheer, right? A lot of times they said when they see people, it's not because of a good thing. So they just want to get out there and spread joy. And I love that. And that's, I think, at the heart of everything that everyone does, right? We're a very young community. So a lot of everything we do is, we've got families and kids and stuff in mind. So yeah. I
Now,
mean, I know, even just, I will say quickly too, like Mayor Mike, if you go back and you look at like 2013 and what he was saying then when he was running just as council, I'm so excited to see a lot of that taking place. Like we've got soccer clubs for kids that are just bursting, right? We've got ball tournaments happening, our community hub area, that we just got that kind of up and going. So it'd be nice to see that more utilized, right? So yeah, lots of exciting things, I'm sure.
Now we're heading into budget season here in the province of Alberta, and that means the first big thing that municipalities will have to look at will be that ultimate budget. Now, there's a lot of talk about how financially challenging it is right now for a lot of municipalities, a lot of levels of government. When you see the people around that table, and let alone we're recording this earlier in the morning on election day, so we do not know who is going to be filling that mayor's seat. Are you comfortable in saying that the budget will be hard, but it will be a collaborative approach with people from all mayors and councillors working together to ensure that the best is for what Penhold needs right now?
Yeah, I think I'm not to be honest, I'm not terribly worried about our budget talks. I think everybody is on the same page. Just the fact that we know that we've got a fire hall department, fire hall, and operations department that is being built. So there's not going to be a lot of extras because it's all going to that, right? We do know that like we've had a lot of discussions with that build happening, so that we know that our multiplex is going to be paid off soon, the water treatment plant's paid off, and then we've got a lot of things that are coming off the books, and that'll be going on, and so it's we've had a lot of talk, so I'm not too worried about it actually. I just think it'll be really lean. I don't think there's going to be any extras, but the lady, like our administration, and they do a really good job. We know 10 years from now that we're going to need a truck in this department, right? Like they've got it really down. We've got really great people, so yeah.
I'll be
I'm not
watching
worried.
that budget cycle for sure. But my final question before I let you go is, what do you hope Penhold, and this is yourself as counselor, what do you hope Penhold looks like in 4 years' time as we enter into the next term of office?
Well, I know our one school, our elementary school, they're probably going to need an expansion. I can see that as much as we just got a brand new middle school, I can see that school is going to need pods already, right? They're already at capacity. It's we're just that fast growing. So that's a good thing. I love to see some more community events coming up, some new stuff, expanding our fall festival. If you ever get a chance to come, it gets better and better every year. I want to see that community connection. We have a very clean town. I want that to continue. And I know that hopefully we'll see some more building on the north end of town, some more businesses coming in. We're having talks there. Another big thing for us is we want to look at seniors housing. That is a top priority for the next 4 years for sure.
Well, Councillor Cunningham, I want to thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for taking time out of your busy election day and sitting down with us and talking about the next 4 years and your acclamation. Best of luck over the next 4 years. And I'm probably going to see you numerous times now that I know that there's a sign coming. So thank you so much and best of luck over the next 4 years.
We have to have that discussion, Chris.
Oh, it is said, it is in the media. So therefore it has to happen because every time I drive by, I'll be taking a photo of that sign saying, "Where is it, Councillor? Where is it, Councillor?" Thank you so much for doing this, Councillor.
Yeah. You have a great day, Chris. I know it'll be a very exciting one for you. So, okay, we'll see ya.
Across Canada, our cities, towns, villages, and rural communities are alive with stories waiting to be told. Stories of innovation and economic development, resilience in the face of the housing challenges, and the financial hurdles municipalities overcome every day. At the Cross Border Network, we bring these stories to life. From coast to coast to coast, we're connecting Canadians to the issues shaping our communities and showcasing the people working tirelessly to make them thrive. With your support, we can expand our reach, amplify more voices, and shine a light on the challenges and triumphs of municipal life. For as little as $3.99 a month, you can help us grow and continue sharing the stories that matter most. Join us today and be part of this important mission. Together, we can tell more stories, build stronger communities, and make a real difference. Support the Cross Border Network now. Visit www.crossborderinterviews.ca today. Councillor-elect Ketchum, thank you so much for sitting down with me and talking about your acclamation and talking about the next 4 years in the great community of Wembley, Alberta. But before we start, congratulations on being successfully acclaimed for another 4 years. How's it feel?
Thank you. It feels good, although, I like a little competition, so that's a little disappointing. I would have liked to see more people interested in running, but still happy to be here, of course.
Understandable. Now, I can imagine while your entire council, I believe, was acclaimed this term, you did not stop and talk. You didn't stop and not talk to people during this last month as we prepared for this next upcoming term. What are the issues that the people of Wembley are raising with you that they want to see addressed in this next 4 years of office?
I wouldn't say that we have a specific topic. Obviously, taxes are always, doesn't matter, I don't think, at what point in a term there's an issue, but nobody likes the tax situation, but I pay them too, not a fan.
Whoa. Breaking news here. Councillors pay taxes? I thought you got them all for free.
Right? Oh, man, wouldn't that be amazing?
So
talk about work perks.
Yeah, affordability is the top of mind for a lot of voters, and it's not just a Wembley thing. Taxes comes under that affordability challenge. Now, one of the big things that the next term of council, yourself included, will be addressing is the budget. How do you see yourself walking into this budget session? Because if affordability is on top of mind, taxes on top of mind for the people of Wembley, how do you see yourself making sure that the taxes are kept low, but not doing it in the negative against your community?
I'm feeling cautious going into budget. I know that it's a lot. It's taxing on the emotions, honestly, because my friends and family are obviously in the community, and I know that times are tough. Financially, people are, like you said, struggling. Food bank usage is up. I can't remember the percentage. I want to say 39%, and it's hard to consider the fact that with costs going up, so are municipalities' costs going up, and those have to be covered somewhere. I think that we are doing things with that tax money that benefit our community. And I think that if we can try to focus on some of that just to show where the tax dollars are going and how it's benefiting the individual household, I think, or I hope that it doesn't help the financial burden, but it helps justify the financial burden. Our new clinic opens mid-November. The town of Wembley residents got first dibs at picking up registration for that clinic. We use taxpayer money to purchase the assets in that clinic and to set aside money in our budget for the first year of operations. And so it made sense to give them a doctor. And I think that was something our community was vocalizing. We did a survey and we had a very big response to the survey. Well, big for a municipality of 1,600 people, but big response that a huge portion of our community didn't have a doctor. So I think having our nurse practitioners come in is going to be a huge impact.
So while we are looking at the future, I just want to clarify something, and you probably know this off the top of your head better than I do because I'm watching 343 municipalities, and you're just, I'm not saying you're just watching Wembley, but you're living Wembley day to day. I believe you have new councillors coming into your group of council members, correct? Not everyone sought re-election, and while they were
Correct.
acclaimed, there was a few new names. How do you see yourself being the sort of, and I hate to say this, but the old one on the block that will be able to train the next generation of municipal leaders who are joining your team, Wembley?
I hope that I can provide some support. I mean, 4 years doesn't seem like very long or enough. I was lucky to come on board with people like Anna Underwood, TJ Johnson, and then of course Kelly Peterson, our mayor, who've kind of been the seniors for a while around the table. And I don't tell them I said that. I've been fortunate enough to learn from them, but as well as so many in our area, like Bob Marshall. I've sit on a lot of boards with him, so I'm very sad to see him go, but he's still going to continue on some of the boards and committees I'm on and stuff. So I think that as much as I'm hoping I can provide some direction and help to new counselors with, really my minimal experience, I know that there are still some of those members that will be sitting on their committees and boards coming back after the election, and that they'll be able to learn from them. As long as they're open to learning, there's endless knowledge out there. You just have to seek after it.
So what's going to be priority number one for yourself as we enter into the second term for your municipal career? Yes, you are the official quote unquote senior on the group now, because after 4 years of high school, I think you're a senior. So 4 years of municipal politics, you're a senior. So what is priority number one for yourself as councillor elect for the great town of Wembley, Alberta?
Number one is just opening day, that clinic, seeing it come up with a full panel of patients. Obviously, that's going into a not-for-profit society, which I'll also sit on that board. But the initial part is, getting all of that paperwork in, having it open, the contracts are signed, the program is just up and running, and just seeing that come to fruition. That will be number one.
Are you optimistic that you can get it done? Are you optimistic that everything is going to fall into right place? Because you and I will probably both agree that as much as you can plan, there's always going to be a challenge. Knock on wood, everything opens up and your clinic goes well. But are you optimistic that it can open in a timely fashion and get those residents who was that top priority for them, healthcare, getting a doctor, get them an actual registered nurse or a doctor practitioner?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they came to do our initial meet and greet on I want to say it was 15th. Don't quote me on that exact date that they came in. And they are ready to go. So we're just waiting on the non-for-profit is done. We've signed all the papers. We're just waiting for them to tell us we're good to go. And then the clinic will open. So they'll be doing some walk-ins in evenings until they've solidified their panel. So even before they've officially taken those patients, they'll still be open and working out of the clinic.
So while healthcare is traditionally in the provincial jurisdiction, the municipalities are playing in it. You were advocating, you were talking, and you were working alongside the province to make sure people get access to adequate healthcare. I want to turn to the municipal jurisdictional role. What do you hope to see the town of Wembley grow into and focus your attention on over the next 4 years that the municipality is technically required to focus on? Is there anything that you want to see the town grow into?
I think that my kind of passion and strength is the safe and healthy communities portion, which is where I've been sitting with Alberta municipalities. And obviously the clinic falls nicely into that, but also the collaboration with different community groups and just kind of, having a healthy, safe place for our residents and especially our youth.
Is that going to be one of the top priorities for a lot of your regional partners as well? Because while the town can do it alone of making safe communities, you have to work alongside First Nations. You have to work alongside I always get theirs wrong because I'm always afraid that I'm going to pronounce it wrong, but I think it's Grand Prairie County. No, County of Grand Prairie. I knew I was going to get it wrong. The County of Grand Prairie. There's too many different scenarios. How do you see yourself being able to work alongside your regional partners to ensure that those top priorities that the municipality can work with do get accomplished in this next term?
In the last 4 years, we've been lucky that we've worked really well with all of our regional partners, and I'm hoping that doesn't change. I mean, obviously, you're getting new people in there, whether or not they feel the same, it's hard to say. I'm hoping that those people still see the value and all the hard work that was put into building our relationships. So I've been told by Jackie Clayton, Bob Marshall, that we've sort of been the poster child provincially for our intermunicipal collaboration, and I hope that it stays that way. Our county residents see, like the ones surrounding us, they see Wembley as their community. So I'm hoping that their elected councillor feels the same way.
I will be watching that as well, as Bob Marshall, the Reeve and councillor for the great county of Grand Prairie, is no longer going to be on council. So there's going to be at least a brand new Reeve in the northwest part of this province.
Yeah.
Before I let you go, because I'm cautious of time, I just have a quick question. Now, I want you to put on your thinking hat from 4 years from today. So 4 years from today, we're at the end of this term. What do you hope to see Wembley turn into in 4 years' time that you can say, looking back on this term, this is why we did it?
I'm hoping that over the next 4 years, our community groups, and we've kind of started this already, but I hope to really build on it, whether it's the Ag Society, the Community Society, the schools, we can all really just come together and be one driving force to make that community the best place to be.
Well, Councillor-elect Ketchum, I want to thank you so much for the bottom of my heart for taking time out of your business schedule. I look forward to seeing you probably out of Alberta municipalities, but I am anticipating to be up in Wembley later on this month or the beginning of November. So if I do come through, I make sure I reach out to you and we can grab a coffee at the Great Museum, Dinosaur Museum in Wembley, Alberta.
Sounds great. Thanks, Chris.
Welcome back. It is now about 10 to 10 p.m. Beautiful election night, Monday, October 20th, and we are about to enter into hour 2 of our live show. We do have some more results coming in, and you will be joined by me for the next segment, as we're going to be waiting for our phone-in segment in a little bit. So if you are willing to participate in a quick phone interview and you are across the province of Alberta, send us a quick message on LinkedIn or on Facebook, or drop us a message in YouTube, and we will make sure that we get connected so we can bring you on to talk about what you're seeing, as this is an important election. So we are going to quickly go through some results as they start trickling in, and we're going to first start with the municipality of Jasper. So for those, as we talked about earlier on with Ian, Jasper is a municipality where the mayor has been re-elected by acclamation. Mayor Ireland is back for another term. Now, there are still trickling in, but the third update as of 9:30 tonight, we see Danny Fretch, Wendy Hall, KB Concert, Ralph Melk, Lori Roger and Kathleen Waxer being so far leading in this election results. I apologize if I mispronounced your last names there. And then now we're going to head off to beautiful Calgary, where yes, we are getting some official results, unofficial results in, and we are seeing the results come in, and we are seeing Jeremy Farkas currently leading the pack of 9 candidates with just over 4,900 votes. In second place, Sonia Sharp, first-term councillor for Ward 1, is currently in second place with 4,468 votes. Incumbent Mayor Jody Gondek is currently in third place with just over 3,200, and rounding out the top 4 is Jeff Davison, former councillor who ran for election as mayor against Mayor Gondek in 2021, placing third. He is now in fourth. We are still in early days, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is 19 out of the 19 polls that have been counted so far. If we can just scroll up, 29 of 380 polls reporting so far, with 16,835 votes in the count so far. Now, these are still early results. We are looking at the numbers and we are not seeing any of the council positions coming in. So we are going to be watching that as it unfolds. Next, we're going to head up Highway 2 and go to Parkland County, where there is a bit of a horse race right now between incumbent Mayor Alan Gamble and former Mayor Rob Shagiak, who is currently 8 votes ahead of incumbent Mayor Alan Gamble. So we're going to be watching that election result as it unfolds as well. Next, we're going to head over to, and I just want to make sure, to the municipality of Mackenzie County, which is the furthest north. Now, we're just going to quickly read off some of the results here. In Ward 9, Lisa Wardley has been elected, and she was the incumbent in Ward 10, but they did reduce the size of their municipality from a 10-seat council to a 9-seat council. So Councillor Wardley has been re-elected and elected in a new riding, which includes high-level rural and Zama. So congratulations to Lisa. She was on the show Municipal Affairs, Alberta Municipal Votes, just recently. Now, in Rocky Lane in Ward 8, there is a new face on the council with 70 votes and 36 to 36 the challenger. Kim Branchsar, I apologize if I pronounced the last name wrong, has been elected to council for their first term. In Fort Vermilion, Cameron Cardinal has been elected. He is back on council. And Henry Gortens is the Fort Vermilion Rural for Ward 6. And I just want to make sure I get this right here. Yep. Lacrete Rural Highway 88 Connector, just when you thought ward division names couldn't be any longer. David Duffy Dridger is elected, and he is back on council with 121 votes. Now, there are a lot of municipal acclamations in Mackenzie County, so we congratulate everyone who has been acclaimed there. Next, we are going to head over to Strathcona County, where we see Rod Frank, third term mayor, currently out to a lead with only 2 polls of 41 reporting. So we got about 26% turnout. So for those who were paying attention at the beginning of the live stream, this is the area where Ian McCormack is from. So this is the area he knows somewhat well. And he was expecting under 30. So he is right on the money right now, but it's still early with only 2 polls of 41 reporting. Now, I do want to just mention as well, if I have some results that we couldn't find online, but we have had them sent in to us. For Northern Sunrise County, we see Ward 1, which is Harmon Valley, Reno. Kelly Little has been elected with 46 votes over incumbent Carolyn Kobelka, who had 43 votes, so 3 vote difference. That doesn't tell you that every vote matters. I don't know what will. Again, in St. Isidore, Art Laurent has gone down in defeat. He was the incumbent. Norm Duval has been elected with 136 votes. In Ward 3, a new face on council as well, Claude Rodrigue has been elected with 57 votes over Clinton Butts with 48 votes. And in Ward 5, which was 2 wards prior to the election and has been reduced down to 1, Three Creeks, Wesley Creek, Cadott Lake, new councillor there with Kyle, I'm going to pronounce this last name wrong, so I apologize. Dzerzowski has been elected over 2 incumbent councillors, and current Reeve Karina Williams has gone down in defeat. She did put up a good fight with 51 votes to Kyle's 68. The other candidates came in with Craig Bennett coming with 20 votes, Rob Metzen with 8, and Galen Whitehead with 5. We are going to head up to, I'm just going to pull up the list here, to Medicine Hat now. We're going to go to Gastown, Alberta, where Lindsay Clark is in the lead right now with unofficial results coming in. 110 votes for Lindsay Clark, the current incumbent mayor who was just elected in 2021. She is leading the pack over Drew Barnes. For those who may not be aware, Drew Barnes was the former MLA. He was a sitting Wild Rose MLA before they merged to become the UCP, and then he was kicked from caucus, and now he is making his political comeback with the role of mayor, and he is in second place with 82 votes. Again, still early days. Now we have a lot more election results as they're coming in, and we're just going to pull up some right now. I apologize. We're trying to do this on the fly. The perks of doing this with a small but mighty municipal team, you kind of have to go on the fly. So just bear with us for 2 seconds while we pull up the last result I want to mention. And that is in the village of Berwyn, where the following individuals have been elected to serve as councillor for the term of 2025 to 2029. Brian Carew, 72 votes. Nicole Johnson, 62 votes. Patrick O'Brien, 75 votes. Tristan Vanderkoik, 50 votes. And Jan Weber, 55 votes. So congratulations to the elected officials in beautiful village of Berwyn. So we are going to quickly just jump to another quick interview with the outgoing mayor of Carstairs, Alberta. After 22 years on council, he has decided to hang up his hat and go off into retirement. We had the chance to sit down with Lance Colby earlier this morning to talk about his career and his advice to this incoming crop of municipally elected leaders. So without further ado, here's our interview with Mayor Lance Colby. Mayor Colby, thank you so much for sitting down with me and talking about the last 22 years in Carstairs and you on council, but also what comes next. So after 22 years, you've decided that you are no longer running for election and your name is not appearing on today's ballot. What was the decision based on to not put your name up for another 4 years?
Well, 22 years has been a long time to be in council, and it does take a lot of energy and takes a lot of time to do it right. And I feel it's time to let people start with the new leader, new mayor, and move forward. When I started, we were at 2,200 people. We've now broke the 5,000 threshold. We're at about 5,600. And that was one thing I always talked about, was getting to that 5,000 level so we would start to have more commercial development. And now it's taking that path. I feel it's time someone else can move us to the next level.
Looking back on your time in municipal life, are there highs that you look at and say, this is why I continued to serve my community with dedication? Or is there things that you point to and say, I've left Carstairs better off today than I got it when I first joined council 22 years ago?
Well, It's all been exciting. It's been an exciting journey. I've been blessed. I've been blessed with extremely good council, very good CAOs that have helped move things forward. And it's just something that it's hard to explain. You get the feeling of watching the town grow, watching people come in and have great comments to say about how the town looks, and it's a whole staff and everybody that made this community, and sort of just was there to with council to set some policies and direction. And then the CAO is the one that has the bulk of the work because he's our only employee and he's the one that's in charge of the staff. So everything that the CAO does is very important for us because his information and the information from the staff that he gathers determines what we vote on, how we vote. If we looking at development and planning, we need good direction from a good CAO. And to me, a CAO and staff are key. Secondly, is a council that's unified and works together. That doesn't mean we always agree. We have some disagreements on things, but the biggest thing is that we're all focused on making Carstairs the best place to live and doing what we can to have people here have the amenities they need and everything to make the town grow and have people want to come here. And I think that we've done that. We've moved since I came on council. We've a new office building. We've got new buildings for our operational staff. Now we're moving into the next phases of more development. We get independent grocers, Shoppers Drug Mart. So we're moving in that, and I think that's a good indication of when people come into our town and developers and people looking for commercial industrial properties are looking at the town and the view, because most people I talk to that come here say what they're attracted to is the neatness of the town, how neat everything looks, how well kept it is. And that goes to our great outdoor staff, our operations. And there's not something you do alone. It's a team. And to me, a team involves the council, the CAO, all the staff, indoor and outdoor staff that make the town what it is.
So how do you foster that type of team relationship? Because council's there to govern and administration is there to administer the governance priorities of council. I can imagine, and I don't want to speak out of turn here, but the relationship between council and administration can be fraught sometimes, and it is a ever evolving relationship. How do you get to a place where you can have that good working relationship between administration and council? Or is it just something that has to come naturally between the two organizations for that team, insert X municipality here, but in this case, the team Carstairs approach?
I think it's it evolves. You grow together. You grow together in your abilities as a council to make good decisions, and the CEO has to grow and also be in tune with council as to what council sees for the community, how it should grow, what direction we see it moving, and the CEO brings that to you and ensures that he brings information forward that allows you to do that. And as your information comes forward, that's where the trust is, that he's gathered all of the information from his staff and from the planners and everything. He brings it all to you, presents it to you, and you have to have faith that he's done all that research. And so council looks at it. If they have questions, they send it back, and the CEO brings it back to you. And I think it becomes a trust factor that this person is telling us the information, the facts that we need to be able to move the town in the direction that everyone would like it to move in. Now, the decisions we've had to make, CAO, is you trust when he tells you or she tells you that this needs to be done, we need to correct this. Then you have to look at it, look at your planning. If it comes to anything legal, you make sure you have your legal counsel. But it evolves into a team of, and it's trust. It's trust in and his or her ability to bring everything to council and his trust in council to view and respect what he brings forward.
What does good governance mean to you after 22 years in municipal office?
Good governance is, to me, allowing, for me in council, allowing everyone on council to have a say, not just shut anyone off. Let them speak, let them express their concerns, or to everybody in council. And I believe listening to the public. We have very few people attend our public forums when we have a council committee. But if someone does come in, I always believe you ask if public has anything to say or would like to say. And if it's not on the agenda, you don't necessarily have to allow them to take the time to speak or grant them the ability to speak. But I believe you should. I believe if it's not there, let people talk. Because to me, the only way that you can understand or they get to know you and trust you is to allow people to talk to you. And I always had an open door. I always believed that people could come to me. When I first started, it was on the street. I couldn't go to a co-op, couldn't go anywhere without people asking questions and doing that. And it sort of got lessened as the town started to grow and they could see that we were moving it in a good direction. And once they saw that, it sort of eased off. We made some difficult choices. And a lot of them, or not all of them, some of them were people had questions as to why we'd be doing what we did, but we did it methodically and with a lot of thought and process behind it to make sure we were moving in that proper direction. And some of it involved legal, which we consulted and make sure we're always protecting the town from anything that could come up. And so it's been an amazing journey. I've learned so much.
Has it changed the way you look at things?
It's given me a different view on politics. It's given me
a better one or a worse one?
Well, I think it opens your eyes when you're in council to see, and you get to meet people from other places, and you start to realize that a lot of towns have the same problems, the same concerns, and it's even when we deal like Mountain View County we're in Mountain View County, and it's building a trust between them and us as well, because we have to work together to build things like our fire hall. We've joined to build a fire hall, all our fire equipment's joined. So it's interesting meeting people, understanding what their feelings are, and learning to not always expect to get your own way 100%. You might have to it's a give and take. And a lot of this stuff comes from, of course, from the provincial or federal government, comes down to municipal governments. And to have good governance, you need to be responsible. I look at it as a business. You have given the money by the people to do the best you can with that money and not overtax, not waste your money, not be frivolous, but prepare the town to move forward.
Looking back on 22 years, the role of municipalities has changed dramatically. And I'm just looking at it from an outsider's perspective. You have been living it day to day and hour to hour over the last few decades. What's been the biggest change in municipal governance that you hope doesn't take hold over the next few years? Because municipalities are stuck between a rock and a hard place right now with all the challenges that are being downloaded, that are being abdicated from other levels of government. And the last time I checked, you still don't have a lot of money that you could deal with the issues. What is the biggest change in municipal governance that you have seen in your time in office?
Oh boy.
Or is there a few?
No, I think that the biggest change I noticed within is the government in the Alberta government, no matter who's in power, is everything, like you say, it keeps coming down to us, to the municipalities, and it's getting people to understand that a lot of stuff that we have to tax, like school tax and all that, that's a flow through. It's not us that are doing it. And the government keeps saying, well, we're going to give you the policing, but now you're paying for it. So things like that make it tougher. And I'm hoping that that doesn't continue. I'm hoping that they get their house in order so that they don't have to do that for us. Like we don't run deficits, we can't. And so we have to be very fiscally responsible. And I think sometimes the government, no matter whether it's federal or provincial, just tend to put money where they shouldn't or don't. I don't know how to say this, but I think
You're no longer a
have to look at
politician. You can say what you want there, Lance.
Well, you have to look at you have to look at us. You look at what you're doing and with the money, where it's being spent, how it's being spent.
Yeah.
And I think that we're responsible for that. We have to make sure that we're accountable for all that we do. We can't just overstaff. We got to make sure our staff meets the requirements we need. Like we know every inch of this town is asset management. We do that. I don't know if the government does that, but we do. I think when you look at what we're doing, I think they should look at us and say, okay, you're doing a good job, so maybe we should help you. I remember one time we went to do something, and I was told, well, your town is doing very well, so you don't need our help. So if you have trouble with your town financially, then you get help. But if you come to them for a good reason, sometimes you say, well, you're already running it well, so you don't need our assistance. And that was frustrating. And
I could only imagine. So before I let you go, I have two questions left for you. And one is, what do you do tomorrow morning? After the votes are counted and the new mayor-elect is going to be declared, I know that it's a few days until you're sworn in. They're sworn in, so you got a few days left as mayor. But do you kind of wake up tomorrow morning and sigh a little bit of relief and say, I can get back to being just good old private citizen Lance today?
It's mixed feelings. Like I say, I've really enjoyed it. The people have really been supportive. And the residents here are great. And for 22 years, even though we've had our ups and downs of it, but it's always been great to get up and be able to go there, watch the town grow, be in that seat, or even just in council, just being able to see what people want are coming into town, how they like our town and why they like it. And now I have to sit back and sort of just pull back and say, okay, you now have the reins. Now it's your turn to run. And I have strong faith in all the people that are running and that'll get elected, that they'll run this town in a very good direction and fiscally responsible. And our council will remain united and we'll have a good CAO. We have a good CAO now, and I think that we'll just bring things together and make it easier for a new council coming in. And I can relax and maybe work in my yard with my wife.
I was going to say, your wife must be happy that she's going to get her husband back, or she might be not happy and say, maybe you should have ran for another 4 years. So my final question to you, and it's an important one, because you have been a staple within Alberta municipalities across the province. You have also been a staple within Carstairs itself. What's the piece of advice that you want to instill upon the next generation of leaders who are starting their own 22-year career in municipal politics that you wish you would have had prior to entering into the political trenches?
I think it's I would say that when you go to council, go there with an open mind, look at everything, evaluate it, make decisions based on not just what you want or what people want. It's what the town needs is the most important, which is infrastructure. Look at all that, get your house in order, and then look at the wants, like a new curling rink or whatever. Be thoughtful, be considerate, be open to people so they can come and talk to you. And in council, be respectful to each other and just move the town forward as best you can, and be honest and open, and be able to back up what you did with logic and good planning.
Mayor Colby, I want to take a moment and say thank you. Thank you for your service to not only Carstairs, but also to the province of Alberta. We are losing more and more people like yourself who are in it for the right reasons. And I think you were truly one of the good ones who are around council tables, making the lives of not only the people of Carstairs, but the people of Alberta a better place. So, at the bottom of my heart, and I think I speak for all of Alberta, thank you so much for serving your community with pride and distinction over the last 22 years.
Well, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure talking to you.
Welcome back to the live edition of Alberta Municipal Votes 2025 here on the Cross Border Network. Now, we have been looking frantically through the results as they've been pouring in, and we have a few more new results that we're going to be bringing you, and then we have people who are sending in submissions to us. So if you're on YouTube and you have results, please drop them in the chat box. If you're on any of our social media feeds, send us your comments as well, so that way we can ensure that we have live reaction and updated reaction. Now, we are going live until 11:15 tonight, so we are still going to have some results as they trickle in, and we're going to start this round with the Red Deer County. The current mayor has announced that he is not seeking re-election, and that means 3 current councillors of Red Deer County are seeking the mayoralship. Now, that is Lonnie M. Kennett, Christine Moore, and Brett Ramsey. Now, they do not have official numbers in yet, but there are some that are trickling in. So we just did a quick calculation prior to jumping back on for our live stream, and it looks as though Brent Ramsey is looking at the mayoral's chair. We are going to wait for the unofficial results, though, but it looks as of the official results right now as they're trickling in. Brent Ramsey is looking at becoming the next mayor of Red Deer County. Now, we're going to go back to the city of Calgary because that's where we are from, and we want to make sure that we do our due diligence. And we have had a few more numbers come in, with 55 of 380 polls reporting, and with over 41,584 votes counted. We are seeing Jeremy Farkas continuing his small lead. It has been shrinking over Sonia Sharp of Communities First. Jody Gondek, incumbent mayor, is still in third place, with Jeff Davison, former councillor turned mayoral candidate, in fourth place. So we are still seeing some numbers come in, and the Calgary Party with Brian Thiessen in fifth place. So we are still waiting for numbers to come in. Official results for council candidates in the city of Calgary are still not even being addressed. So we are going to continue to watch that unfold. Now we're going to head down to the municipal district of Taber, and we are so honored that we can say that our friend of the show, Tamara Miyanga, has been re-elected. She was the Reeve, and she has been re-elected with 116 votes over her challenger, Ben Elfring, of 83 votes, but also a new face on council, with David Torrey being elected over Division 3 incumbent councillor Brian Hildebrand. So we want to congratulate the Reeve on her re-election, but she is running as a councillor because they elect their Reeve at their first organizational meeting. So congratulations, Tamara. Then we are going to head up to Woodlands County, where we are getting official results, and there is a big upset in Woodlands County. The Whitecourt West councillor John Burrows has gone down in defeat. Now, this is a big loss, not just for rural municipalities, but also for Alberta. John was the current vice president of the Rural Municipalities of Alberta Association, and he was a stalwart. He was a man that he could walk into a room and you would always be able to laugh with them. So John has gone down. Councillor Burrows has gone down to a challenger, Patricia McNeil, who got 117 votes over his 87 votes. Now I'm just looking as well, the new face on Whitecourt East, Councillor Karen St. Martin, will be joining the council, as well as Fort Assiniboine Timu with Benny Witten has been elected, and also in Blue Ridge, Jenna Wright has been elected as well. So we congratulate the people of Woodlands County for putting their faith in their new council. But John, we will miss you, as you have become a good friend, and I wish you the best in your next adventure. Now, we are still waiting for some results to come in, and as we're going around, I'm just going to quickly read off the ones that we're getting in via social media, so we don't have them up on the screen right now. In Ponoka County, the only candidate who was running for election, the only election that was happening in Ponoka County was in Division 3, and Doug Weir has been elected with 279 votes over challenger Tom Kustra with 152 votes. Now, we are still waiting for some results to come in, and one particular that I will be watching is in the city of Cold Lake, where Mayor Craig Copeland has announced after 20 some odd years that he was not going to be seeking another term in office. So we're waiting for the results in Cold Lake, Alberta to start trickling in. There are 3 candidates running for that position and a few candidates running for the mayorship. So we are going to quickly, if we can do this on the fly here, so I apologize if this goes a little bit, we are looking at Bonnyville, Alberta. So we're looking at Bonnyville for one particular reason. We are waiting to see if that council is going to be reelected. There are some candidates who are running for reelection in Bonnyville, but their mayor was acclaimed in this term. So after I think she was just first elected. I apologize if I'm getting this wrong, but I think she was first elected in the last term, and she was seeking re-election, and she was acclaimed. So congratulations to Mayor Brasso of Bonnyville, but we're waiting to see if any results from the town has been posted, which we are not seeing any particularly right now. So we will be waiting to see if there's any results coming in. We also should mention, I'm just going to pull up my phone here because we're getting unofficial reports right now from Colehurst, Alberta, where it seems like, and I'm just going to pull this up here. Yep. Deb Florence has been elected mayor, unofficially has been elected mayor. Scott Ackerman's both councillors on council were running against the former mayor of Colehurst, but Deb has officially Mayor-elect Florence. I apologize. I'm going to have to get used to that. Mayor-elect Florence has been elected as mayor of Colehurst, Alberta. Congratulations. We're also still waiting. Oh, we just got official results in. Again, we're doing this on the fly, so I apologize. We're getting unofficial results in from Big Lakes County, where Ward 1 Councillor Garrett Zachary has gone down in defeat against Leo Forsiebel. So congratulations, Leo. Garrett was one of the younger councillors on Big Lakes County. In Ward 2, again, Rob Porter has defeated incumbent Jeff Shallow. In Ward 3, there's a lot of defeats in Big Lakes County. I apologize. Jimmy Gazelbowski has gone down in defeat against Dale George Nelson. In Ward 4, we have our first re-election with Roberta Grace Hunt being re-elected over their challenger Kent Hollingshead with 94 votes to 51 votes. Fost, for anyone who knows me, knows that I have a long history with Fost, Alberta, because that's where I was from for a few years. Robert Nygaard has been re-elected to his term, another term in office. Now, I should mention that the current mayor, the former deputy reeve, Lane Monteith, has been re-elected with 120 votes to 14 votes in the Ward 7 Anilda Big Meadow Ward. I congratulate Lane, and I look forward to our conversations as I continue to travel across Alberta and hit beautiful Big Lakes County, my home. Now, we also want to talk about Ward 8 Banana Belt. Tyler Airth has been re-elected with 98 votes, 37 votes for Rob Gaudet, who came in second. And in Ward 9 Sunset House Guildwood, we seeing Stephen Matthews being elected. So congratulations to Big Lakes County as we are seeing results come in. We're just quickly going through our list. In Vegreville, Alberta, we do have official results as of 9:40 this afternoon. I'm just quickly going through to see what the official declared. Yep. My friend and former president of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Tanine Rudick, has been re-elected. Congratulations, President Rudick, for your re-election with 597 votes. The mayor there was acclaimed in his election. I apologize. So the current councillors for this next term will be Dave Barry, Justin Curtis, Gerald Lumko, Tanine Rudick. So congratulations to the four of you joining the mayor for another term in office. Now I am just going to quickly. Yes. Yep. Dave Barry. No, I apologize. That might have been wrong information for Vegreville's. Too many people sending me information, so thank you so much for this. But Vegreville, I'm just going to go through the list again here just in case I got it wrong. So the Vegreville councillors elect will be Mariel Brozowski, Justin Curtis, Lisa Gogolick, Gerald Lemko, Tanine Rudick, and Colby Warwa. So I apologize. Those first list was not the unofficial results. It was the first results that were trickling in, but those are the names that have been officially declared elected, unofficially declared elected. I apologize. Now, I will also quickly mention that we're going to go to a quick interview with a current mayor of Brooks, Alberta, who has announced that he is not seeking re-election, because I have to just try to make heads and tails of these results as people are sending them in unofficially to me. So we're going to be back in about 15 minutes with our last segment before we start wrapping up here. So without further ado, our interview, I shouldn't say quick because you know me, I'm long-winded, our interview with John Petrie of the City of Brooks, who announced earlier this year that he was not seeking another term in office. So without further ado, here's that interview with Mayor Petrie. Mayor Petrie, thank you so much for sitting down with me and talking about the last 4 years as mayor of the City of Brooks and what you will be doing on November 4th as you wake up and the new council and new mayor is sworn in. So before we get started, got to ask a simple question. What made you decide not to run at the end of the day?
You know what? It's an age thing. I'm 69 years old. No, and I'm quite honest with people. I've been involved in municipal politics. In one way or another. I was a reporter many years. I covered municipal politics. I covered school board and things like that. But I'm at a point in my life, where I didn't want to sort of go through. Council, not that it's bad or whatever, but I didn't want to do that for another 4 years. So the other thing I believed in when I got into this, I didn't believe I wanted to be in there for a really long period of time. I believe in change, and and I think when you bring new people in, you bring ideas. I was on council for 4 years. I was mayor for 4 years. I have my ideas. But I think it's time for other people to come forward with their ideas too. So that's what I'm looking forward to. I think you and I both come from about the same background. This is sort of our Grey Cup today, or this is our Stanley Cup today. And I'll be watching. Of course, the TV tonight, and then our web pages, and just to see how other mayors around the province are doing, because I've been connected in the last 4 years with so many good people, and I want to see how other municipalities are making out. So this, like I say, this is our Grey Cup. We get excited about this.
Well, this is Grey Cup, but it's also Game 7 of the Blue Jays as well. So of course they would have to play on election night. So my distraction is going to be twofold. But I want to talk about the last 4 years, if you don't mind, and just to ask the simple question. Whenever I talk to municipal leaders from across Alberta or even across Canada, I always hear them say, I wake up every morning trying to make my community better off than the day before. Now, looking back on the last 4 years, is the City of Brooks better off today than it was 4 years when you took over the reins from the former mayor?
Yeah, well, and nothing against the former mayor, whatever. And sometimes you get positioned in space and time, whatever, that kind of helps you along there. I'm proud of the fact that when we went into this council, we were lacking housing and sort of development. And in the last 4 years, we've got about 400 units that are under construction now or in the queue. And I'm very proud. Now, it didn't come just because we were in the right place at the right time. We had to work for it. We brought in an incentive plan, and I learned this from another municipality. We brought it in here. Our CEO thought about that. That's where you get, for a residential or an apartment building, where you get about 100% off your property taxes for the first year, 75% the second, 50% the third, 25% the fourth. So, like when you're building like a $30 million apartment building, that's a lot of cash you can put back into your business. Or for a homeowner, that's a lot of money you can put back into your mortgage. So we have worked at it. And the other thing we did too is we rezoned a lot of the area. We didn't, and I often say this, and no offense to the people of Calgary, we didn't do a blanket rezoning, but we did rezoning in certain areas to allow for more multifamily dwellings and for secondary suites, because we kind of felt, especially with our market, that if you could get a secondary suite, that would help pay for your mortgage. So those are some of the things that we did. There was so much else that went on there too. We got new skateboard park, new a pump park, new regional sort of a little water park, zoned an area for soccer fields. We rezoned an area for the Catholic school, and we got approval of that, and that will be like a $51 million project. The new junior high is underway, $41 million. We rezoned another area there for another school. And as you know, I think the provincial government's putting about $8 billion into new schools. We're going to get, at least right now, we got 2 of them. We could get as much as 3. So those are some of the things that have helped us make it better in the last 4 years. Just want to add one other thing there too. And as mayor, our Brooks Bandits have never lost a championship while I was mayor, eh? They won 2 Centennial Cups. They won the Rocky Mountain Challenge and the Fred Page Cup there too. So the new mayor coming in, I mean, that's going to be tough for him to keep that standard.
The first time they don't make it to the finals, I feel like you're going to be out with a big picket sign, just making sure that people know that John made sure they were a winning team the entire time. But there is one area that you didn't mention. I just want to ask, because one of the big things that I often hear when I ever travel through Brooks or I'm in Brooks is the fact that the city undertook a major project over the last few years, and it just got implemented in your time as mayor. And that is the high-speed internet access for residents and businesses. And this is a game changer as more and more municipalities of rural, and I say rural because I know you are urban, but more rural settings. Why was this important for the city of Brooks to undertake? And are you proud of how it has sort of transformed your city into a hub where people say, if I want to set up a business, city of Brooks might be a place where I look at now?
Yeah, you just sold it for me there. Thank you. No, it's interesting. This morning when I went to vote, somebody had approached me and was commenting about Brooksnet and why we're getting into the private sector in there. But if we didn't do it, Rogers or Telus would not have done that. And I look at it, and I think our area very well. A couple things that have really, I guess, developed our area. One would be irrigation. And that goes back to about 1912 when they built the irrigation, district. It's made us a very prosperous area here. Another one was when they expanded the JBS or Lakeside at the time there. It could have been pushed back on that. That's really helped our city grow. We talk about regional water, potable water, what the county went through. And I know when they started that, there was pushback on that. I still believe high-speed internet is important. As I said to this person this morning, during COVID, we learned that that you didn't have to be on the 20th floor in Calgary or in Edmonton. You could be in a small community as long as you had high speed internet. And I still believe that's important, you know, and a lot of people look for an instant return on it, whatever, but the return could be if we get more people coming into the community, staying in the community, if we get business in the community. And I know AI is the next phase in all this, and whether it happens in 5 or 10 years, and we're positioned very well in this community for a lot of AI, just because of you know, our power lines and things like that. We got the land, we got the natural gas, we got you know, the resources, you know, to do that. So that's why I think it's benefit. We might not see the full benefit of that down the road. Some benefit we have seen. Rogers has come in, I don't know about TELUS, where they're offering, you know, their high-speed internet to maybe compete with us a little bit. Nothing wrong with that. But if we didn't do it, we would have still been getting, you know, 30 megs up, 20 megs down, you know, with a regular internet. Now, you know, like I have the basic plan, I can get 450 megs up, 450 megs down, whatever, and we can bring business into the community on that.
Looking back on the last term in office, but also your career in municipal politics, are you going to miss it? Are you going to miss helping out the people?
Yeah, no, definitely. You know, like this, you know, like as of probably tomorrow, not necessarily tomorrow, because there's a lot of, you know, you go through a transition period, but I will miss being involved. As much as sometimes the meetings were lively and vociferous and things like that, I will miss being part of that. And you know, one thing I'm very proud of, and I talked about that at one of my last council meetings, we did have some very lively debates, and I wanted lively debates. I wanted people to actually state their opinion, but we were always able to get together afterwards. And I said, you know, we could go out for pops, whatever, or we could go out and have a few drinks. And, you know, I've seen, and you've been involved in this game for a long time, there's a lot of municipalities, you know, where, you know, councillors cannot make eye-to-eye contact with other councillors there. I'm very proud of this council, despite our differences. And we know, you know, if somebody voted one way, another way, we could go and talk about it afterwards and even joke about it a little bit too. I'm proud of that fact. I'm proud of the fact that they stood to their ground. I'm proud of the fact that we were able to get together and we weren't offended. If my votes never passed, I wasn't offended. If their votes never passed, you know, they weren't offended either. I'm very proud of that.
Now, the city of Brooks is going through a bit of a change this election. I think the majority of your council members who are sitting around you right now are not running for re-election. One is running for mayor and two are running for re-election. So there's going to be some very fresh faces, some newbies around that table as of tomorrow morning. What's the piece of advice that you would give the incoming council, whether it be in the city of Brooks or across Alberta, to make their careers as, and I'm not trying to blow smoke, but it's true, as successful as yours and as transformational as yours?
Yeah, I think that, you know, it's interesting during the campaign, and I had to bite my tongue quite a bit, you know, and I wasn't going to endorse one candidate or another, whatever, but, you know, I go to the forums, you know, I read the pamphlets, you know, and I listen to their social media posts, I listen to the commercials on radio and things like that. So a lot of times I have to bite my tongue. What the new council, especially the ones that haven't been there before, there is a major learning curve, and they got to be open to that. And I look at the county Newell, which is next to us. I think in the last election, they had 8 of the 10 councillors that were new. They had a very strong administration, which helps them move along there. I believe we have a very strong administration. Now, we've had problems with our CEO, you know, and you know, that hasn't been a lot of fun, you know, but with our,
but you're not
CEO
alone
right
in that,
now,
right? You're not alone. Like other municipalities have had CAO challenges. I'm not trying to disregard what's going through with Brooks, but I'm just saying that for those who are listening in Brooks, you're not alone. Other municipalities have had challenges as well.
Yeah. And just the stat, and you know this as well as mine, because we attend the same conferences too. I think the average CEO for a city is about 3 years. For a small community, it's about 1.5 years. But you know what? As long as they're willing. There's a training, like they go into training sessions as of tomorrow evening. And there's training sessions on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Then of course you got the Alberta Municipality training sessions too. So they got to be open-minded on that. And then the new council, they'll get right at it with the budget, because we have to approve the budget by the end of the month, end of the year. So they're going to learn a little bit. The ones that said, I want to lower taxes, well, we'll find out exactly how they can do that too. I mean, I think we all want to be very prudent with our dollars too. And then there's the strategic plan that will come up in the new year too. We'll sit around for a couple of days, finding how they want to form the city for the next 4 years there too. So the advice for the new councillors is, and I think we got 12 running, 2 for mayor. I think anybody that runs really wants to make the community better, and I think I don't think anybody's running to not make the community better.
So my final question before I let you go is, again, tomorrow morning, you're waking up still mayor until they're sworn in on November 3rd with the new crop of councillors and the new mayor. What does tomorrow morning hold for John Petrie? And do you sort of sigh of relief because now you can officially go shopping for a carton of milk and not be stopped and ask questions? Because you can say, go talk to the actual incoming mayor, because my job's done here in a few days.
Well, that's it. Yeah, no, that's exactly it. Well, yeah, I'll be able to divert a lot of those conversations, somewhere else. I'll still be involved. I still love the community. I still go to the Bandits hockey games, and I'm still involved in the Rotary Club. I'm on a regional health council. I joined up for, but I won't be as busy as I was as mayor. And then and the stress won't be there either. And again, I listen to everybody. You try to solve the problem. Sometimes you can't, and you simply have to tell them, we can't solve that. Whatever, we have to look collectively. We have to make decisions for the entire community and not just for 1 or 2 people on that. So but you're right there. Like I told you before, there's probably a little cliff there. And all of a sudden, it will be hard to sort of sit back and I'll have to bite my tongue for the next 5 or 6 months there too. When I was a manager of the radio station, when somebody left or something like that, or a new person came in, I said they had 7 months to blame that old person, for all the problems. So I'm going to say to the mayor, whatever, or the council, you got 6 or 7 months, whatever, to blame me and our council, whatever. Now it's time for you to get to work and do something.
I agree wholeheartedly, but I want to take a moment and say thank you so much for serving your community. We don't often thank our municipal politicians enough. We don't thank them for the sacrifices that they have to give from their families, from their personal lives, because this is a full-time job, even though you might be getting paid part-time hours, it feels like sometimes. Yep. But thank you so much, Mayor Petrie, for sitting down with me, for also serving your community. I think Brooks is better off because of you, but also the province of Alberta is better off because of people like you who stand up and make their voices heard. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, John.
And thank you. I appreciate what you do for municipal politics, because a lot of times we're the low person, on the poll, whatever, whether, like in the media, we do have good local media or whatever, but a lot of times people don't think of us. And yet we're probably the most important level of government, from the municipal, provincial, and federal levels there too. So thank you for what you do in promoting municipal politics.
Welcome back. We are closing on 11 o'clock Mountain Standard Time across the province of Alberta, where we are still waiting as results are still trickling in. And we do have some big updates from the city of Calgary. Now, these are still early, with 97 of 380 polls counted, with only 95,000 votes called in. We are still seeing Jeremy Farkas with a lead of just over about 700 votes, 26,291 to 25,851, with Sonia Sharp of the Community First Party. Rounding in third is incumbent Jody Gondek with 19,000. third is Jeff Davison, former Ward 6 councillor turned mayoral candidate. And the Calgary Party, led by Brian Thiessen, is in fifth place with 10,229 votes. Now, these are still early days and still early hours, but there are new results coming in from the council elections in the city of Calgary. Ward 1, we are still not seeing any results, but Ward 2, we do have one poll of 65, and we are seeing a very tight race between a Better Calgary Party and the Calgary Party, with John Garden currently, Jennifer Winess, current Ward 2 councillor, is out front with 183 votes. She is running as an independent. And then a Better Calgary Party with John Garden is in second with 163 votes. And Candy Lamb with the Calgary Party with 147 votes. Again, still early countings. In Ward 3, Andrew Ewell is out to a substantial lead. Now, I know Andrew, and he is been out door knocking for some time. People might know Andrew from his advocacy work of the Save Nose Creek Park, where he has been advocating to ensure that the Nose Creek Park does not get developed in more housing. He is out to a substantial lead with 432 votes, with Christy Edwards of a Better Calgary Party rounding in second with 134 votes. Now, again, still early days with one of 61 polls reporting. In Ward 4, this was going to be a close race because no incumbent, Sean Chu, the former councillor, was not seeking re-election. Now, DJ Kelly of the Calgary Party was on the ballot in 2021, and he came within striking distance of defeating former councillor Sean Chu, but he is currently trailing Communities First candidate Jeremy Wong of the Communities First Party, and we are still early days, but 2 of 63 polls reporting there. In Ward 5, the northeast part of Calgary, Raj Diwali who is the current incumbent, is currently leading the pack with 316 votes. In second place is Harneet Moshina. She was a candidate who has been talking a lot about the incivility that's been going on in Ward 5 with the destruction of a lot of the campaign signs. So we are still seeing that, as we just saw some new updates, but we are still seeing Raj Diwali, incumbent councillor for Ward 5, independent candidate, in the lead there. In Ward 6, there has been a vacancy in Ward 6 for a bit of time now, with former councillor Richard Putzman not reoffering and resigning from council in the last year. There we are seeing a very close race, but the Calgary Party, Anam Tija, is currently leading with 466 votes. They are the only person on the ballot who is running in a party, with Jeff Watson, the former member of parliament, currently in fourth place with 239 votes. We'll still watch that result as it comes in. Again, early hours, with 2 of 71 votes reporting. In Ward 7, Terry Wong of the Communities First was the incumbent. He was in a tight race in 2021 against Heather McRae and Aaron Weeb for Ward 7. He came up the middle and was able to claim victory. He is currently trailing Mike Atkinson, who's running as an independent, and he is leading with 1,360 votes. Again, still early hours, with 4 of 72 votes reporting. In Ward 8, current councillor, oh my God, I am forgetting the name, and I apologize right now. I can picture you, man, but I can't remember your name. But Ward 8 has a vacancy. There is no incumbent there. And there we are seeing Nathaniel Schmidt currently leading with 857 votes, with Cornelia Weeb, who ran in 2021, running again under the Community First banner with 648 votes. Still early hours, with 3 of 67 votes. 3 of 67 polls counted. In Ward 9, a new face will be there. Giancarlo Corra has announced that he was not seeking re-election. So this was an open race. And by early results, with only 3 of 69 polls reporting, a Better Calgary Party is leading by 5 votes. over Gargar, who is running as an independent with 503 votes, and Tony Din, who ran in 2021, but ran in Ward 10. So he might have moved, and now he's running in Ward 9. Now we will be watching that race as it unfolds. Now, for those who may not know, I live in Ward 10. So this is a riding that is close to my ward that is close to me. Andre Chabot has been a stalwart of municipal politics in the city of Calgary before he left and ran for the city mayor's job against Naheed Nenshi. He came back last election and he was elected. He is currently out in a commanding lead with 1,400 votes to Nikki Brockhoff of the Calgary Party with 419 votes. With only 3 of 62 polls reporting, we are still going to wait to see what happens there. In Ward 11, Courtney Penner is currently trailing in challenger Rob Ward. This is a rematch of the 2021 Calgary Ward 11 race, where Rob Ward and Courtney Penner were basically first and second. We are still watching this as only 2 of 70 polls have reported, and 1,961 votes have been counted. In Ward 12, Evan Spencer, the current councillor, was not seeking re-election, and one of his former staff members, Sarah Ferguson, was going to seek the council position, but under the banner of the Calgary Party. Now, this is going to be a toss-up, and I think this is going to be a toss-up because Mike Jameson and Shane Bisick are both very strong candidates, and they're both more on the more conservative portion of the spectrum. So the Better Calgary Party and Community First, with coming in first and third right now, and Sarah Ferguson in the middle of the pack with 916 votes. Again, 5 polls of 67 reporting, so we're going to wait here. Ward 13, Dan McLean is one of the big figures on this current council. This is a race that a lot of people were watching because in the last election, Dan McLean defeated the incumbent at the time, and Elliot Weinstein had put out a very, I would say, humorous social media post a few days before the campaign saying that he wanted to debate Councillor McLean, but there was no indication that actually did transpire. So if you happen to follow Elliot on Facebook, I would highly recommend head over there and check it out. And to round off in councillor for Ward 4, Peter DeMong is not seeking re-election. So again, another open race. And right now, I'm just looking at the list. Landon Johnston is currently out front with 1,882 votes. Now, you may remember Landon Johnston's name. He was the one who launched the recall petition against Mayor Jody Gondek. So by the looks of it right now, he might be cruising to be part of that council. So he might be facing a potential recall election himself. I'm not saying it will, but it could happen because that's the name of the games now. If people are upset, they have the right to call a recall on you. So we're going to head over to Brooks, Alberta now, where we're going to go down to see what's transpiring in beautiful Brooks, Alberta, after our quick interview with the mayor of Brooks, John Petrie. So we're just going to quickly pull up the results to see what's going on in Brooks, Alberta. Now, we are seeing this being updated about 40 minutes ago, so these numbers could have changed or could change here in a few minutes. But it looks like, and again, I'm just looking at the early results, and I'm not sure if this is indicative of what the night is going to hold. No incumbent councillor or person sitting on this term in office looks like they're currently leading their pack. Joel Goodnow is a current councillor who is running for the empty mayor's chair, and he is trailing Norm Gertzen, 1,804 votes to 1,092 votes. The other 2 councillors that were running for re-election were Marissa Wardrop and Mohammed Idris. So we're going to watch and see what transpires there over the next few hours. Now, the next thing we're going to quickly head over to is Wheatland County. For those who may not know, Wheatland County is just on the other side of Rocky View County here in southern Alberta. And we are seeing, I'm sorry about that being cut off there. Just going to see if we can close out of this screen. There we go. Perfection. So we are seeing that some people have, In Division 1, Shannon Laprise has been acclaimed. In Division 2, Burley Hebes has been elected 343 to 97. In Division 3, Donna Bigger, 197 votes. In Division 4, Keith Clayton. Division 4, for those who may not know, was former Reeves Amber Link's division. So Division 4 Councillor Amber Link had announced that she was not seeking re-election. So that was an open race. In Division 5, Scott Clayson, 127 votes. In Division 6, Glenn Closter, 205 votes. In Division 7, Rick Lorenzen with 116 votes. Congratulations to all those who have been elected or unofficially elected in the Wheatland County. We're going to head over now to, I'm just going to make sure that I'm saying the right one here, to the town of Legal, one of Alberta's only bilingual communities. So we are seeing that Andrew Beaton, the current deputy mayor, has come out on top. Now, this is a unique election. I'm so happy that we're talking about this because this council elects their mayor from within. So they don't get a vote at large. So everyone doesn't get to vote for the mayor in the town of Legal. In the town of Legal, you vote for 5 councillors, and they sit around the table, and then they elect their mayor from that council. So current deputy mayor Andy Beaton, my Dungeons and Dragons friend, so hopefully we can continue on and do that at Alberta Municipalities later on. Andy has been elected. Joining him will be Patrick Hills, Angus Aaron McIntyre, Kevin Veenstra, and if I'm doing my math here, Megan Thiel. So congratulations to the new elected councillors and potentially next mayor of the town of Legal. We're going to head over now to, just going to quick it up, the town of Innisfail, Alberta, where we are seeing some result. We're seeing the official, unofficial results come in now. So with the town of Innisfail, Jean Barclay has been re-elected as mayor. Congratulations, Mayor-elect Barclay. This is an important election because this was one that I was watching because there was a big swell of support for more traditionally conservative candidates in this area. So a lot of social media chatter was about the support that they were trying to get, but Jean has cruised to re-election with 1,381 votes to Sarah Verberg's 630 votes. Joining Mayor Barclay on council will be Jason Heestad, Janice Wigg, incumbent, Sean Russell, Donnie Hill, Lyle McKellar, and Chris Strong. Congratulations to all the councillors elect in that community. Now we're going to quickly jump back to rural because this is what we do when we get information in. There was one election that was happening in Vulcan County, and that was for Division 4. Division 4 councillor-elect Lori Leichman has been elected according to the official post on the Vulcan County website. And then I'm just going to quickly, I know there's one more that I want to talk about. I want to just jump quickly to the town of Mayerthorpe, Alberta. Now, longtime incumbent mayor Janet Jabush has gone down in defeat. I wish her the best as she enters into the next chapter of her life. But the new mayor, incoming mayor, is Alan Malcolm. So congratulations, Mayor-elect Malcolm, on your victory. We look forward to seeing what you have to offer for the people of Mayerthorpe. Joining Mayor-elect Malcolm on council will be Rebecca Wells, Anita Peterson, Rick Armstrong, and Bridget Campbell. So congratulations to all 4 councillors and 1 mayor in the beautiful community of Mayerthorpe, Alberta. Now, I also want to just quickly run over to Beaver County, if you don't mind. And I want to talk about one in particular. Jean Harbeck of Division 3 of Beaver County has been re-elected. Now, Jean ran for RMA president in 2024 when Paul McLaughlin of Ponoka County announced that he was not seeking another term in office. He has been re-elected in Division 3 of Beaver County. In Division 1, Kevin Smook, who is the current Reeve of Beaver County, has been re-elected with 169 votes. In Division 4, Sean O'Shea has been elected with 127 votes. And in Division 5, Dale Peterson has been elected as councillor for Division 5 in Beaver County. Now, these are election results as of today, so official results will be coming later on today. So we have seen a lot of strange things happening over the last few hours. Some people have gone down, and we are shocked at that. Some people will be joining council with some councils will be having new faces around that table, which is always good. But we will see as this goes on. I just want to quickly, if we don't mind. Oh, we are just getting official words that the city of Beaumont, the results are being counted and verified. So we should have results shortly. So we're going to jump into our last break before we come back to wrap up here. But I do want to just quickly, if I can do it, jump back to the city of Calgary to see if there's any new results for the mayoralship. And we're just waiting to see if the mayor's race has changed at all, because it was close there for a second with Jeremy Farkas. And so there we go. Jeremy Farkas is still in the lead, but the lead has shrunk to less than just over 123 votes. So the difference between Jeremy Farkas and Sonia Sharp is 103 votes right now. This is going to be a nail biter. Again, still early days, and we're probably not even within 50% of the polls even counting, probably not even within 25% of the polls counting. So we will see what happens here. But I want to turn to our last set of interviews before we start wrapping up here. And to do that, we want to welcome, and we tried to do this earlier, but it was my fault. I messed up on the setting it up. So we're going to go to the town of Grimshaw, Alberta, where we're going to be talking with the deputy mayor, who is currently going to be the current mayor-elect as of tomorrow morning. And when the new council is sworn in, we'll be entering into Grimshaw's Messner era of council. So without further ado, our interview with Grimshaw Mayor-elect Stacey Messner and others. Councillor-elect Galiski, thank you so much for sitting down with me and talking about your acclamation, and also talking about the path forward for the town of Penhold, Alberta. Before we get into the issues, let's just say congratulations on being acclaimed. How does it feel to start a 4-year term, as you were just elected through a by-election in this term?
Well, it feels really good to know that the town has a significant amount of confidence in the direction we're going in terms of our business plan and in terms of the atmosphere we've been cultivating in the community. Acclamation really speaks a lot to the trust people are placing in the council to execute. And going from having 4 or 5 opponents in my by-election to being acclaimed really goes to show that people don't have as many concerns, which is just a testament to how much of a good team atmosphere we've cultivated on council, I think.
So while the council has been acclaimed, there is one position in the town of Penhold that is up for election, and that is the mayor. Now, by the time we're recording this, we do not know, because the polls have not officially closed and the results are not known. How do you see your path forward depending on whoever wins? Is it going to be steady as she goes, or are you looking forward, because there's going to be at least one new voice around that table, because one councillor did not reoffer and a new councillor is put into place? How do you see your role as that returning councillor to ensure that the work that was started in this term doesn't end on October 21st, the start of the next term?
Well, the one thing I found most interesting talking about other candidates in council elections so far around the area is the big priority needs to be maintaining that team culture and that gel that you can cultivate while you're working as a council. For Penhold, if whatever happens with the mayor results, we're going to have a chair that has a pretty strong council in terms of understanding what direction we've already set on course. For example, keeping our mill rate increases to as low as possible, making sure our services are provided at the best efficiency as possible, and completing the public works and fire hall building. So as long as we're able to maintain that council culture and make sure that we're all working together effectively and keep that collegial atmosphere, I think we're going to still remain very well equipped for the next 4 years. So my priority, keep a good thing going, keep working with people, and keep advancing the town of Penhold's interests, because that's what we're here to do. That's our job.
So what are the interests? Because while you are acclaimed, I can imagine you're not just sitting on your hands over the last 30 days and not talking to residents and not talking about what their aspirations and what their dreams for the town of Penhold is. So what have you heard from residents that gives you sort of a guiding light over the next 4 years to ensure that the work is reflected of what the community wants and not what you, the councillor elect, wants?
Well, and that's the thing with being acclaimed too. You have to very much stay in plug with the community and continue to work with them. And throughout conversations with them, the priority I've really been had identified to me was that we need to continue cultivating amenities in town. We've done a very good job in the last 4 years of repeatedly adding on to the activities and events you can go to here in town and where you can shop. So that'll be very important, continuing to build that up, make sure when this arrives, then development will continue to arrive as it attracts more residents. So the big thing is we have a very sustainable path of growth right now. Residents are excited to see where it's going. Our dependence on residential mill rates has decreased over this term exponentially to depend more on commercial activity. So I think residents are quite excited to see if we can keep that commercial activity going. But like any other municipality, the big challenge and priority too is going to be making sure we have sufficient infrastructure. We have a brand new brilliant school just on the northeast side of town, and that's going to have its transportation requirements as well. So we'll have to work with our partners in the province and Red Deer County to make sure that the needs of penholders are getting met in terms of getting around, having access to services, and enjoying their quality of life here. So that'll be the big challenge for the next 4 years, I would say, although
One
it
of
is
the
quite a fun challenge.
It sounds like a fun challenge, but one of the other biggest challenges that municipalities are going to face over the next 4 years, and this is not just Penhold, this is across the province. So I'm going to pick on you a little bit because you're the guest and you're right in front of me when I ask this question. There's a
Sure.
financial challenge that is faced with municipalities right now. And the economic wins that we have in this country, people are struggling day to day. One of the biggest things that you will be looking at when you get back into this term of, well, the next term of office is going to be that ever so lovely budget. And that means that you're going to have to make some hard decisions. Now, you're up for it because you've put your hand up and you say, I want to make those tough decisions. How tough do you think this budget is going to be with the realities that we face both here provincially, nationally, and even globally, that the municipality has no role in dictating the path forward for them, but you have a dictating of the mill rate and the property taxes?
Yes. So, and that's a wonderful question too. So one of the things that makes me really most excited about the next 4 years is we've set up a sustainable path to make sure our financial obligations for paying off the multiplex and paying for the new public works and fire hall building are on a steady course. So for the next 4 years, it's not going to be the best term in terms of extravagant spending, but we have a very clear fiscal path to maintaining a relatively modest mill rate increase as necessary per budgetary year. So practice we've started recently in the last 2 budgetary years that I quite appreciate is every department sends us a business case as to what is the requirements they believe on an operating or capital basis for the next year. And we're able to parse through that from there. Last year we were able to post a $23,000 surplus in light of such huge capital expenditures and loans. So for the next 4 years, I hope the group is equipped to make these decisions because it won't necessarily be tough, but it'll be very tough and tempting to do other things at the same time. But we're going to have to keep focused on what the priority is, which is making sure Penhold's books remain strong for the next 4 years. Because at the end of the next term, a massive financial obligation for the town is lifted, and then we have the capacity to begin renewing again in terms of investments.
So what's going to be priority number one for yourself the moment you're sworn in? Because I know it's not going to be literally tomorrow because the official results are going to have to be. There's going to be some training. But what is going to be priority number one for Councillor-elect Galiski, sorry, to ensure that the work that was started in your first term doesn't end, but you continue to build off of it? What is that priority number one for yourself?
Well, the priorities remain identified, and we, by virtue of so many of the council being returned, we continue to share them. So a big
But you
priority
must
will
have
be
your own priority, though, right? Because at the end of the day, while you are a unified collective, as I'm going to quote Star Trek here, because I do that on a regular occurrence, but you're a collective voice as the town of Penhold, but you're individualized as the individual Borgs. So you're an individual councillor. So what is the priority that you want to see accomplished?
Well, you know what? The priority I'd really like to see is I'm very proud of the fact that when you subtract the education tax, Penhold only had a 1.5% mill rate increase. When you average it out to the rest of the region, This actually put us under the provincial average for the first time in many, many years, which I'm very proud of. So for me, it's keeping the expenditures controlled to the point where with inflationary pressures, if we can maintain good services, we're going to see our ratio continue to decrease relative to the rest of the region. And with that becomes a business advantage. And I can already see that with record developments appearing in the last 2 years in town compared to the last 10 years. With that, that's going to continue to grow the town, cultivate a recipe for success. So in terms of legislating, I would actually be probably the voice of caution to make sure we're not going overboard in terms of $40,000, $50,000 expenditures here and there. Of course, in any council, you'll vote for them. But I would like to make sure that we're staying on that path. Because when you look at the rest of the region, 8, 9, 10% increases on property taxes because the budget wasn't planned well over the previous 4 years, that's unacceptable to residents. And as a very strong fiscal conservative, to me, that would be my foremost priority.
Are you optimistic that it can be accomplished?
Absolutely. I will give absolute credit to our CAO. We are blessed with one of the best chief administrative officers in the province. What I find quite fascinating about Penhold is the continuity. So our newest councillor was a previous councillor, and she told me in her previous term, they were discussing this public works and fire hall building. And I talked to a councillor who was on 15 years ago. They were discussing the multiplex back then. They plan in advance for these things, and we plan in advance for what financial obligations the town has. So for me, that's very exciting. It's seeing many decades of work continue to go, and we're going to have pretty good results, I think, in the next 4 years. It's going to be a very exciting time to be on council, even if you're not voting on big budget items.
So what does the future look like for the town of Penhold? If I was to sit down with you on election day in 2029, what is going to be the big thing that you are going to look back and say, this is what we got accomplished? Is it just that fiscal record that we talked about? Or is there something that you're looking at and saying, okay, if we're going to continue on this path of growth, which Penhold is growing, you talk about all the big things, the big ticket items that are coming or have come over the last term. What does the Penhold look like in 4 years' time that gives you hope that Penhold will be not just the little town, but the big, almost on the verge of becoming a potential city soon?
Well, the proudest thing for me is going to be when that public works and fire hall building is done, because I can't understate enough how important it is for planning ahead. Many levels of government end up allocating their budget and planning, not necessarily with the greatest of foresight. This building will accommodate a population of 10,000 people. So right there, you've equipped your operations department, you've equipped your fire department to sustain a massive growing town. Next will be development. 4 years from now, my barometer of success will be, do people see it as a reliable opportunity to invest and build homes in Penhold? And not just single family homes, but the kind of homes, basement suites, condos, seniors residencies. These kind of things are going to be remarkably important to build a diverse population basis. We're blessed by being very young, but that also means opportunities exist for alternative kinds of housing. And if we could figure out that recipe, I truly believe this, then we're going to see an exponential amount of people, business, and opportunities come in from the surrounding area because we've created that stable, efficient environment. So that's my barometer for success. And I really hope by the end of this 4-year term, because these are all plans we're working on, it's going to work great.
Well, I will be watching with breath held because what's good for one municipality is good for the province of Alberta. So, Councillor-elect, I want to thank you so much for sitting down with me. Always a pleasure. And I look forward to connecting while I'm up in Penhold or when you're down here in Calgary for Alberta Municipalities later on in November. So thanks so much.
I'll get you on my tie. Talk soon.
In the heart of every thriving community lies a well-crafted strategic plan. But crafting such a plan requires expertise, experience, and a deep understanding of local needs. Enter Strategic Steps, your partner in municipal strategic planning. Strategic Steps' team of experts have years of experience in municipal administration. At Strategic Steps, they just don't develop plans. They co-create homegrown strategies tailored to your unique community. They listen, they collaborate, they empower your community to thrive. Contact Strategic Steps today and take the first step towards a brighter future for your municipality. Call Strategic Steps at 780-416-9255 or visit strategicsteps.ca to get started. Mayor-elect Messner, thank you so much for sitting down with me and chatting about the next 4 years as one of the acclaimed mayors across the province of Alberta. First off, congratulations. How are you feeling about entering into the Messner era of Grimshaw?
That's funny that you say it like that. When I hear it, I kind of go, "Really? Okay." But I'm feeling actually pretty good about it. I think that the council that's been acclaimed this term, we're going to have a good council with a lot of good ideas and perspectives. And I look forward actually to working with this council the next 4 years for sure.
So what is the big priorities for this next term of office? Because when I speak to municipal leaders across Alberta, I'm getting a range of different issues. For yourself as mayor and the town of Grimshaw, what will be the priority number one for you?
I think that there are two things that are really high priorities, and I'm sure there'll be more once the council meets. But right now, policing is something that's on the radar. Pardon the pun there, I guess. But policing and what we're going to do in Grimshaw and with a police service. I attended the Alberta Next panel representing the town of Grimshaw, asking a question at the Grand Prairie Next panel. And I'm not sure that we got the answer that we were looking for, but I do know that we have to have some conversations with the government about what options are available for Grimshaw and what the APP, their Alberta Provincial Police Service, is going to look like and how that would support us from a sheriff's perspective, and the RCMP. And so the RCMP have been very cooperative in our community, very responsive. We really, really do appreciate our RCMP. So yeah, it's kind of going to be an interesting question here in the next 2 years about what we need to do. The other priority is healthcare and making sure that our health center is fully supported with the changes in the 4 pillars of the health care system. It's kind of hard to know how that affects our health center and what the needs are of our health center practitioners in Grimshaw and for services and making sure that our doctors are supported. So I think those are 2 major priorities for Grimshaw right now. And I'm sure economic development will be another one.
So September 23rd came and went, and the nomination period official list of candidates came out, and you were acclaimed. Now,
Yeah.
you and I will probably both come to the realization that the work doesn't stop because the acclamations have happened. Now, you are mayor-elect, and you have had the last 29 days, if I'm doing my math here correctly, to start these conversations with the premier, with the minister of justice, with the 4 ministers of health. Have you done that, or are you waiting for tomorrow morning, Tuesday, October 21st, to start having those conversations as you will officially become the quote unquote mayor-elect for the town of Grimshaw?
Yeah. No, definitely the work has changed here in the last month with Mayor Wald. I've still been working with her cooperatively. She's been good in communicating with me the things that are going to be happening after our organizational meeting, which is on November 3rd. So it's kind of an interesting position. We still need to make decisions, but we don't want to make decisions too early. Because you want to make sure you're representing the current council's voice. And I think it's important to also update the new council, their incoming council, as to what's been happening. I'm sure they've been keeping a pulse on things. They probably have questions. And I think it's really important to include your incoming council on the ideas and maybe some of the paths that Grimshaw is considering going from a council perspective. But I would say there's some things, yes, we need to make decisions on and working with administration. We kind of determine what they are. But some of them are like, no, we need to wait till our organizational meeting on November 3rd. Also, there is some training requirements that's required now under the MGA before you can have your first council meeting. So that's not a bad thing. I think this is my 3rd term being on council, and just thinking about my last 2 terms, it was like, get in, ready to run, find your feet fast. If you trip, get up fast. And I feel like maybe with this orientation that's been put in place, maybe it'll help us get better set in terms of what our priorities are.
So what do you bring to the role as mayor? Because for the last 2 terms, you've been deputy mayor and councillor, and now this is a whole new experience for you, and you're going to be leading this council. You're going to be the face of Grimshaw, and that means the good, the bad things that happen, that will be on you and your council. So what do you bring to this role as mayor to ensure that the best of for Grimshaw will always take priority no matter what?
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I always try to make sure people feel included. I mean, I know that that's a priority for me, and there might be some times where people haven't, but I really pride myself on making sure everyone's involved in a decision. If something comes to my desk as the mayor, is this an administration decision or our council decision? And what does council need to know, right? So I guess what I bring to the table is just some clarity about what comes to the council table for decisions. That even though I'm the spokesperson for the community, it's still a council decision, and I still want that camaraderie amongst council when we are making decisions. I know in the past we've made decisions, and even though I haven't agreed with them or I voted for them and thought about it afterwards, going, maybe I should have never done that. Maybe I should have never voted that way. It was a learning for me and learning for us as council too. So I think what I bring to the table is just some fairness, transparency, open communication, and hey, if I made a mistake as mayor, I'm going to own up to it. If I need to tell my perspective to our community about a direction we've gone that they don't agree with, I want to hear why. And yeah, I don't know. I just love our community so much. And I know that everyone on council loves our community so much. We just want to see what's best for Grimshaw. So that's the other thing, is like, what's best for Grimshaw? What can we handle? And, what decision do we need to make as a council to make sure we're moving forward?
My final question before I let you go, Mayor-elect, is this new council will be made up of former councillors that you served with, but also new faces around that table. How important is it to have those new faces around that council table? Because they will bring a different perspective that this last term didn't have. So are you looking forward to hearing the concerns, the challenges, the wants that these new council members will bring to the table after November 3rd?
Yes, absolutely. Everyone's put their name in the hat because they're passionate about their community, and they see that there is, there's a vested interest for them to make decisions at the council table. So I definitely want to hear everyone's perspective. We do have a lot of returning councillors or people with council experience from previous terms. And we have one new councillor, which I'm really excited to have. These perspectives are very important, no matter if you have experience or not. And, since people have served, some things have changed. And so that's going to be a big part, is that, maybe what as a council you were used to 2 terms ago or 3 terms ago when you served, that there are changes now. So it's getting people up to speed about what's changed in terms of the MGA and our requirements, and and making sure everyone's voices are heard.
So I know I said that was my final question, but I do have one last one. I should have planned this one a little bit better, but what's your hope for the next 4 years? What do you hope that Grimshaw will look like at the end of 4 years? So if I came and talked to you in 2020, if I'm doing my basic math here right, 2029, what will Grimshaw be like?
I don't know. I would like to see that there are, some new houses being built in Grimshaw. I'm not seeing that the town's going to expand, into hundreds and hundreds of houses, but just some interest to build. I know that there's a lot of transition in the community. New people are coming to our community all the time. I'm hearing that from people that, they're coming to the multiplex, and people are asking where they're from, and they're like, we just moved here from Edmonton. And I think that's wonderful. So what I hope for in the next 4 years is that there is a confirmed plan for policing that works in our community, that our health center and our doctors are fully staffed and fully supported at our health center. Grimshaw has a good reputation of providing excellent emergency care services, long-term care. And there are a lot of health workers that work there that love working in our health center. It's a good sense of community for our citizens, and they feel like they're being supported. So in 4 years, Yeah, and also our 100th birthday's in 2030, and I know the term's over in 2029, but I get excited about planning how we celebrate 100 years of this community. And I kind of wonder in the next 3 years if we'll have some things that will be a staple in our community that wasn't here before, so that when people come back to it, they can say, wow, so much has happened since I lived here so many years ago, or I'm so glad that this happened because we're celebrating our 100th birthday. There's a lot of pride here in our community. I've learned that. I'm not from Grimshaw originally. I'm married into a Peace Country family, and I have learned and appreciated and love this community just as much. So there's lots of go-getters out there, good organizers, people who just want to see this community do its best. And I'm so proud that I can be a part of that.
Well, Mayor-elect, I want to thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for spending a little bit of time with us, and best of luck as we enter into this next 4 years in this new council. We'll be watching with bated breath down here in Calgary what unfolds in Grimshaw. And like I said, when I'm up there next, let's grab a coffee while I'm there.
I would love to. I'm so glad that I was able to get in on your list of acclaimed mayors. When I was tagged in this post, I'm like, yeah, this would be a great opportunity. And I've heard good things about your radio show or your shows. So I'm like, I think I'd like to be a part of this. So.
Welcome back. It is closing in at 11:30, and we have a few more results that we want to get to before we wrap up for the rest of the day and the rest of the evening. As the results are slowly trickling in, we want to just take some time and relax and watch the results come in, because they are slowly coming in, but not as fast as we wish. So we do have a few results. Now we're going to start in our home neck of the woods of the city of Calgary. Now, quickly, just looking at the results, again, we're still early days, and Jeremy Farkas is still leading the pack with some votes over second place Community First and Ward 1 Councillor Sonia Sharp. Incumbent Mayor Jody Gondek is in third place, and then rounding up the top four is Jeff Davison. Again, still lots of more results to come in. We're going to head over to the city of Edmonton. That's right, because the city of Edmonton actually has some results. And we are seeing that Andrew Knack, current councillor, is currently leading with 8 of 236 polls, so 3.4% of the polls counted. He is leading with just over 1,400 votes. I can imagine that number is not going to stay that tight, or that number is going to stay that low. And if there is only a 3% turnout, then I think we have some other issues that we need to talk about. Also, then we're quickly just going to scroll down here. Incumbent councillor Aaron Rutherford is leading. Aaron Paquette is leading as well. Rami Damon there's no reporting there. Ashley Salvador, who is a current councillor, is leading in the council ward of Métis. And there's none there. We're doing this on the fly, so I apologize. Incumbent councillor Michael Jans is currently leading 477 votes to 365 for the Pace Party. Jackie Liu is currently leading. And then Giselle General, who was on the Cross-Border Interviews Municipal Affairs Alberta Municipal Vote Series, is currently leading 186 to 142. Now, she was a council candidate in 2021, and she's trying back again. Karen Principe, Better Edmonton is currently leading as well. And then a few others as well, but those are school board divisions, and we do not talk about those, unfortunately. But we are going to just go through a few other results as they are turning in. And I want to start with one that is near and dear to my heart, and that is Clearwater County. Now, for those who may not know, Reeve Michelle Swanson has been a stalwart of Clearwater County for the last 2 terms, and she has unfortunately gone down to defeat against Lauren Humphrey. 286 to 143. Also in Clearwater County, Deputy Reeve Jennifer Melhoff has gone down to defeat to Brianne Powell, 228 to 193. This will be a big loss for those two in Clearwater County Council, so I wish them the best in their next venture. Just quickly going through in Clearwater County, Let Win Hands is in Ward 2, Drew McKay in Ward 3, Jordan Norcott, who was a current councillor in Ward 4, Tyler McCall in Ward 5, Ward 6, Brian Carmack, and I just want to make sure, yes, Daryl Lougheed, I believe family relative of the Peter Lougheed fame, has also gone down to defeat. So Clearwater County is going to see a lot of new names around that council table. Now, over in the county of St. Paul, now I apologize, this is the result that they posted on Facebook, so I had to blow it up to make sure that I could read this correctly. But the current Reeve of County of St. Paul has been re-elected. Kevin Werstra, who was Division 5 RMA rep, has gone down in defeat, so he will be heading back into the private sector. We wish him all the best. He was a great guy, and he will be missed not only at RMA, but also in rural circles as well. Heading over to the beautiful town of Vermilion, their incumbent mayor was not on the ballot because they had left this term of office, and current councillor, first-term councillor Robert Snow has received the most votes. He came on the show and he reached out to me earlier this year to chat, and I was so honored to have him on the show. So congratulations, Mayor-elect Snow. You will do wonders with 1,017 votes for yourself. Richard Yakayoko for 158 and Robert Pullock with 101 votes. So congratulations, Mayor-elect Snow. We can't wait to see what you will be doing. Next, we head over to the city of Leduc, where results are slowly trickling in, and Lars Hansen will probably win this election. He is the current councillor, and Bob Young had announced that he was not seeking re-election. So Lars Hansen, councillor, looks as though he is going to cruise to victory and become the next mayor of the city of Leduc. We are seeing some official results. Now, I don't know the official numbers for the council positions here because they do their results very different. So we're just going to scroll down to the unofficial council results. As you see, they do it via bar graph. So I don't know. Oh, they actually do have it. So if you scroll over the top, you can see that there are some results still trickling in, and there is one that I am looking for. Sean Raymond, 621 votes. He came on the show and he talked about his bid. So we wish the results. We're not 100% sure. We are still waiting for 4 polling locations to come in from the Leduc City Civic Center, followed by the Leduc Catholic School and Leduc Recreation Center. Now, we know we have had some people ask us, have we seen results from certain communities? Now, we're doing our best to try and keep up on all 343 municipalities across the province of Alberta, but we are still not hearing from some municipalities. We're waiting for some official results to come in, or even some whiffs of some results to come in. But we are seeing some official results being posted. So those are the only ones that we can officially report on, because we're waiting for some indication that the results are coming out from different municipalities. So we're going to head over to Cypress County now, where in 5 districts or wards have been elected. In Ward 2, Blaine Brost has been elected with 146 votes against his challenger. In Ward 4, our friend in our penultimate episode of Alberta Municipal Votes 2025, Robin Kirby-White won with 102 votes to Bill Thompson 71. In Ward 5, Dan Hamilton was elected with 178 votes. In Ward 7, Gary Proctor, 181 votes. And in Ward 8, Shane Hawk of 55 votes, with Les Woodrow only receiving 39. Now we're going to head up to the other corner of the province, and that is the county of Grand Prairie, Alberta. Official results have come in, and we have they have declared that Kurt Balderstone has been elected with 493 votes. In Division 3, Terry Beaupre has been elected. He will be in there. Terry will be a new face around the council table. In District 4, Marty Tissington has been elected, again a new face, and Brian Leverson has been elected in Ward 5. Oh, sorry, there's a few more. In Ward 6, elected Brian Grant, and Ward 7, Brian Peterson, and Ward 9, Rob Chernak. Again, I apologize if I pronounced any of your names wrong. And the last results that we want to bring you before we start wrapping up here is from the town of Sylvan Lake, Alberta. Now, I did just have the results here 2 seconds ago, and I'm just waiting for the results. Oh, there they are. So incumbent Mayor Megan Hansen looks as though she will be back in the mayor's chair for another 4 years with 2,184 votes to Doreen Larson's 1,073 votes. There might be still some votes coming in from Sylvan Lake, so we will wait to see, but it looks as though, because it hasn't been updated in some time and there's no official watermark saying when this was last updated or if these are the official results, so we are going to watch those. Now, I want to take a moment and thank you from the bottom of my heart for those who have tuned in over the last 3.5, almost 4 hours. We started at 7:30 and it is 11:30. Now, we were anticipating to have some more official results as the night wore on, but we are now entering our 4th hour and the results are slowly trickling in, and we could probably be here until 5:30 or even 6:30 a.m. reporting on the results, but we are going to take a break because I'm assuming most of the election results are going to stop counting at midnight tonight and then picking up tomorrow, as the city of Edmonton has declared that Ian said earlier this live stream. So without further ado, I want to just take a moment and thank you. Thank you to our listeners. Thank you to our viewers who have tuned in over the last few months as we dove deep into municipal issues from across the province of Alberta. Now, we couldn't do this show without your support. So if you can, head over to the Cross Border Network website and click the Support the Link page there. There you can pledge a monthly donation or even an annual donation and make the show grow in ways that you can't imagine. Now, municipalities are the front line of government, and they're the ones closest to the people. So we need on-the-ground reporting. So as we continue to grow the cross-border network, covering more municipal stories, more municipal elections like we did tonight, we want to say, come along for the ride with us. Join for as little as $4.99 a month, or as up to as much as you can donate and help out and pledge and support. Every day we release new episodes of both the cross-border interviews and Municipal Affairs. If you haven't already, be sure to subscribe to the show on your favorite podcast platforms, or if you are watching this right now or have been watching this at a later date, hit that subscribe button on YouTube. It helps us grow and it helps us bring you more great content like you've seen tonight. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for tuning in. As always, stay informed, stay engaged, and over the next 4 years, make sure you engage with your municipal leaders. They're new, and it's going to be a fun time. So without further ado, we'll be back on Wednesday with a brand new episode of Municipal Affairs, and we'll have more results coming later on this week on Friday's Municipal Affairs episode. So until then, have yourself an excellent night, everyone. Talk soon. Mayor Petrie, thank you so much for sitting down with me.